Chapter 741. Later today? Seraphel replies. I nod. Yes. I have a few tasks I must finish first. Then I will come to train right away. Very well, I look forward to it. The transmission feed to the High Orcs Tower cuts off, after mutually ending the connection. While Seraphel dropped an overwhelming amount of knowledge about reality itself on me these last few minutes, my mind feels more clear than ever. I know exactly what to do next. It is certainly a result of having my noble form activated for this long. My thought processes and depth of understanding of my environment have drastically increased. No fatigue is building up at all. It feels as though I can stay using this ability forever. I'm not quite sure what my body's reaction will be if I decide to deactivate this form, but I have too many things to do in the meantime to worry about that just yet. I turn around while letting my conceal skill change my appearance and cover my body in demonic energy, while activating ether commands to open up a hatch in the floor just like Ember did moments before my call. In the same moment, I send waves of telepathy through the tower directed solely into the control rooms housing thousands of demonic servants. All of you that have witnessed today's events and wish to serve your new Citadel Lord, report to the first floor lobby. I have an announcement to make. Instantaneously, teleportation arrays light up all over the tower. Directly following Andres Vermillion's death, all of the demonic servants had their slave contracts severed. Many were unable to think or move for themselves, as they are lords of many different races trapped in the avatars of demons to do their mindless labor on the Citadel. Though, even with these chains lifted, none of them dare defy the will of the new noble demon that killed their past leader. If anything, they are in a worse position than they were in before. Yet, teleporting to the lobby to receive new contracts is better than giving up and dying. So, in a matter of seconds, all servants within the tower do as they're told. Once I manually float down through all of the many training rooms, empty offices, storage rooms, housing suites, and control rooms of the central tower, I make it to the large white lobby where the warlords entered from the main road earlier today. A sight of 8,942 demonic servants lined up in rows is what I see as I enter the room from the ceiling. I allow my purple barrier to suppress my mana control and divine aura to a manageable amount. My ether control is also possible for me to mentally suppress. But the noble vibrations coming off me are impossible to keep from radiating outward. No one in the room below can comprehend it or understand what is happening. But a natural state of suppression vibrates through all of the lower races below me, and they instinctively bend down on one knee. I assume this is common courtesy to their Citadel Lord, but there are many intricacies at play here when I open my mouth to speak using Screech to fill the room with Draco Vermillion's noble voice. The Ellipsia Citadel is now under my control, but my rules of management will be different than your previous lord. My gaze sweeps over all of their palms to see varying amounts of worlds. A select few that are specialized for guard patrols and lord management in high-risk zones have anywhere from 25 to 100 worlds in their possession. Others, who just work in the control rooms within this tower, have 0 worlds. A majority, who survey the weaker districts in the outer ring of the Citadel, but mostly work inside the tower, have 1 to 5 worlds. It's impossible to tell at first glance what class worlds they possess, and if they've been granted the nicety of owning their old homeworlds, as I still cannot see directly into the avatar systems, but I can easily change this with a single statement. You will all swear loyalty to me, and learn a great secret of this new Citadel's Lord. If you maintain the silence of this secret, and help me achieve my goals, I will give you all the chance of true freedom, with new avatars to fit your original bodies, and will do my best to locate your home worlds if you do not yet have ownership of them. Stolen content warning. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. Many of the kneeling demon avatars' eyes widen, as they never would have expected this offer from the ruthless demon they witnessed kill their old lord for merely admitting defeat to first-class warlords. If anything, they expected their new lives to be even worse. Instantly, I feel hundreds of links popping up all throughout the neat lines of kneeling servants who still don't dare raise their heads. I float down further to be right above them, less than 300 meters up in the air as more and more links surge into me. Surprisingly, when they do, I can see the true souls and original races of the beings within these avatars. Their diversity is just as vast as the many worlds I absorbed from Andrus when I killed him. Dozens of varying species from 5th, 4th, 3rd, and 2nd grade worlds rush into my status, and their thousands of worlds do as well. None of the new worlds are particularly strong. Only a handful of the elite guards hold 2nd grade worlds. The majority of the demonic servants hold dead 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade worlds to serve just as the Avatar stat buff perk. Every new servant that joins also gains access to the worldwide connectivity system, but I make sure to give them limited access only to trade and communicate amongst those in the upper realm, as to not interfere with the delicate balance still being stabilized below. The small percent of worlds that still have life, however, are added to the lower realm's connectivity system, and they are given the same opportunity as any new world would. I float with my arms crossed for a full 3 minutes as many servants explore the features available to them and begin communicating with each other telepathically. Some even begin to whisper out loud and look side to side. I allow them to do as they wish and not punish them for stepping out of line, because in doing so, it builds trust with the servants on edge about pledging themselves. Once the waves of servant links coming in reach over 90% of them, trickles of more begin to slow down and I call out again. Last chance. Swear your loyalty, or I will not allow you to leave this tower with the knowledge of my offer that you've already witnessed. A second surge of links pours in, but it soon dies down just as before, leaving a few hundred servants still on the edge. One in particular stands up from where he kneels and yells out, "Lord Andrus will always be our leader, you cannot." Before he's finished speaking, I've pointed a single finger toward him, and let a beam of concentrated demonic energy shoot downward, covering the servant's avatar and melting its core and mind to nothingness instantly. All that is left is a black spot on the floor as I scan the crowd for others that still wish to serve this old lord. About half a dozen stand up, and I can feel their evil intent even before words leave their mouths. All I do is point a finger their way and they're disintegrated too, leaving black spots on the room's floor. Shimmering divine threads and ether float through the air to where they once stood and flow into me as I absorb their worlds and energy. When the room fills with silence again, and no more speak against me, I use my telekinesis skill to lift the few hundred that have still not sworn loyalty to me in the air, and use earth magic imbued with dense divine threads and ether to create a prison they cannot escape no matter what they try. With no effort other than a flick of the wrist, I throw the kilometer-long floating prison to the back of the lobby and nod to myself as I will check on them later and give them a second chance. For now, I look down at the 8,451 servants that have obeyed with a smile. They have granted me access to 24,870 new worlds to bring the token concealed under the one on my palm up to 105,662. While the majority of these worlds do not even compare to my home world, and over half are dead without a single sign of life on them, the high quantity of those that do still gives me a subtle boost in borrowed stats that is noticeable. I sift through Andrus' old memories and address my new loyal subjects with their first orders. Continue your work as usual. Aggressively collect taxes from all businesses in Ellipsia. If all they have to offer are worlds without life, collect ether instead. Dead worlds are of no use to me. Carry on business as it was before. I do not want citizens believing their lives will be any different just yet. All of the remaining servants keep their heads down after what they just witnessed. I use ether commands to open the front door of the central tower leading to the street. Go on, guards and enforcers. Get back to work. Almost half of them that have worlds on their palms leave the tower in an orderly fashion. The other half stays with their heads down as I close the door and point to the ceiling. Those of you that work on surveillance and world quality control, I have another task for you. I want this entire tower, except the top floor, stripped down to its bare bones. All of the dueling rooms, suites, and servant facilities, I want them broken down and raw materials placed in your storage systems. From the Citadel's ground floor here, up thousands of kilometers to the base of the private floor where the first-class demons rest, I want it empty to the walls. I need room to craft a new device when I return. All of the remaining servants' eyes widen, and many reflexively look up at me and past the ceiling. Then, at remembering the fate of those in the prison at the back of the room, they shiver and look back down. Don't worry, As long as you keep this project a secret and maintain your loyalty toward me, your small actions are inconsequential. Though, betray me and you will end up nothing but a stain on the floor. I nod a single time, then float over to the opening exit of the central tower and leave them to follow out the strange project I've given them. Once I float out into the street, I activate a new ether command, similar to the one I used to temporarily shut off the entire Citadel's power, but only use it to do so in the areas I fly through. Many blocks of the city go dark, as I wish to not be seen on the automated surveillance systems that will send images to the Grand Citadel every month. Blocking out these portions of the city that I float through might be even more suspicious, so I have a countermeasure for this too. All over the Citadel, I randomly turn off portions of the surveillance feeds, making untraceable patterns seem like random flashing power outages. My direct pathway to the outer ring of the Citadel, en route to a small 5th-class human district, cannot be tracked. Chapter 742. Although the surveillance systems are shut down wherever I travel, I make no effort to conceal my presence as I float down the middle of the enormous streets. While I could use my stealth skill or fly higher or faster to go unseen, I take my time, leaving trails of demonic energy in my wake to fly through the citizens of the Ellipsia Citadel's home districts like a victory lap. The ominous power outages wherever I travel make my presence even more intimidating. I feel some strong lords share hints of killing intent, but no one dares to outwardly show it with their actions or facial expressions. Those that cannot mask their feelings toward the demons, I feel moving away from my path once they see me in their district. With it, faint outlines of mana, divine threads, and ether streams are visible to my noble eyes as they adjust to my environment even more. What I witness are avatars' private transmissions being sent all over the Citadel gossiping about my actions. More cautious and frightened lords stop all business and personal matters at once to kneel, floating in the air, or even by fast travel orbs to get down to ground level to show their respect. Many shiver with fear even thousands of kilometers away. Although I'm suppressing most of my aura, the noble vibrations can be instinctually felt by all lower races. The further I travel from the center of the Citadel, the weaker the average lords are. While near the central tower, there were many second-class lords with a large amount holding over 100 worlds. As I move even 10 blocks away, many more 4th and 3rd-class lords with a single-digit amount of worlds become the norm. Many second-class lords opt to run away from my path, but the lower-class lords do not have this privilege. They're all frozen in fear. When I enter their district, all business ceases, and not a single one misses the opportunity to get down on their knees and worship the god their instincts are screaming at them to praise. Some even pass out or grow cold and shiver, losing touch with reality. Even though I fully seal my mana control and divine pressure from seeping out, the noble vibrations alone are intense enough to make 4th and 5th-class lords go brain-dead in my presence, losing sight and hearing until I completely pass their district by a few hundred kilometers. It is extremely strange, even more so that they are unaffected by the attack once I leave their general vicinity. It's as if an illusion has passed. No mental or physical damage remains after the fact. Many weaker lords don't even remember or understand what has just happened. It makes what I was hoping to do both much harder and easier than expected. This is because the outer ring of the Citadel is where I sensed the presence of humans all the way from inside the central tower. It is a small grouping of buildings right on the edge of the circular city in the sky, called the Maple District, with only 4 small towers housing this lower race. Well, it is small by the standards of the Ellipsia Citadel. Each of the buildings is still multiple kilometers wide and tall. However, they are just barely larger than some of the most massive towers back on the human world. From the scans I make, I sense roughly 60,000 humans total on this citadel. One of their towers is strictly made for housing, with large suites for long-term stays. Another 2 towers are trading grounds where worlds, mana, ether, and dungeon contracts are bought and sold. Many of these trading hubs have empty rooms and small businesses used for socializing. Lastly, there is a tower filled with training and dueling rooms. However, the transactions that are processed in such facilities for an entire year would not amount to the profits generated on a single floor in the Ogre Conglomeration's trade palace in a single day. From what I managed to scan from the center of the citadel, almost every single lord in this small district is between level 250 and 750. The average lord has 0 worlds, while some of the business owners manage to have high single-digit amounts. All of the neighboring districts this far out basically follow the same patterns. They have a few towers each and conduct small-scale business. Goblin districts, slime towers, wolfmen training facilities, trolls, kobolds, and countless other 4th and 5th class races line the outer ring with only the green clouds beyond. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Please report it. While here and there a random 2nd or 3rd class lord is sprinkled in among them, it's clear these are anomalies, exceptions to the rules. It reminds me of the memories I absorbed from the Goblin King. Even though it came from a 2nd class world, it was held back by its inferior race and was forced to live in the outer rings of the Citadel in small districts like this, getting by on small-scale deals with other lords that sometimes never see a full 1.0 low-quality ether in their avatar's bank in their entire lives. A large number of the races here on the outer ring have higher populations down in the exile zones than they do up here on the Citadel itself. Though this opportunity for cheap labor isn't what brought me all the way out here. My attention is split between the top floor within one of the trading towers in the human district and one of the lower floors of one of the training rooms. There are 4 human lords present on this Citadel with the craftsmanship skill. I intended to pay a hefty sum in order to upgrade my own skill up to divine grade and save some proficiency points. However, when I walk into their small block, not a single human stays conscious. My towering 20-meter-tall noble demonic form floats through their streets, and it's as if the humans in this district are blacking out with the Citadel itself. Their eyes gloss over, and many fall to the floor or freeze in place. So, I forcefully activate the ether commands to open their buildings and invite myself in. From the reactions of the other districts I've walked through, as their lords wake up completely fine, I decide it won't harm these 3 craftsmen either if I'm this close to them. They all have default basic grade avatars. A short freckled man with bright red hair, a tall bald and lanky man with a gray mustache, and a middle-aged woman with blonde hair slicked back like she's in the military all sit at work desks with unfinished soul weapons and dungeon contracts in front of them. These 3 are anomalies in this district from 3rd-class worlds, with levels between 1500 and 4000. They have mythic grade versions of the craftsmanship skill that allows them to do this intricate work and provide resources for pretty much the entire Maple District. Their exact age, history for how they got here, and reason for not working for one of the higher races deeper into the Citadel is unknown at first glance. My best guess is they feel loyal to their home world's race and wish to keep the economy moving and provide jobs. None of the memories from any lord I've absorbed yet have ever encountered them in the past. All 3, however, are slumped over with lost control of their bodies, and when I scan their status again to double-check I found the correct lords, a few old memories come back to me from my home world. Their systems seem to be hiding, like the blue text is hidden behind a black void. It reminds me of a reaction my own system had long ago when I touched a strange black stone that was able to store large amounts of chi. Once when I was betrayed by the association for the first time, and a second when introduced to chi inside Monk's Temple in Sector 1's Valor City. The reaction it initially had with me was that all mana-based system commands were grayed out and foreign to my mind. The sensation happening now is slightly different as I'm not making direct contact with them, but it is strangely identical when looking at it from the outside view. My noble vibrations are acting just like originator artifacts, shutting down use of the system to those it comes in contact with. While I could easily bring one of them down below the 5% HP threshold and steal a skill orb right now, it seems these 3 are some of the greatest profit bringers of this entire district. No one else is capable of interacting with dungeon contracts or the delicate creation of soul weapons. It's safe to say if I were to selfishly take one of their skills, the human population in the upper realm would dwindle even more. So, instead, I use the same concentrated black beam from my fingertip to leave a message on the floor between them, leaving them unharmed. Once I'm able to safely deactivate my noble form, I'd like to make contact with them and learn more about how they ascended as lords. I leave this room and fly to the training tower right beside it. A muscular man tightly holds a heavily used soul sword, with markings on its status that make me certain that one of the 3 craftsmen from the building beside him made it. He lies unconscious on the floor with flickering training holograms all around him. He too holds a craftsmanship skill, but the man's level is below 500, and his skill isn't even upgraded once. It's clear that it is not of much use to him here in the upper realm. I witnessed him training relentlessly when I put out a scan of the citadel, and from the 0 on his palm, and the relative strength of him versus other 5th-class lords around these parts, I make my assumptions. In a single movement, I use a very precise application of equivalent exchange, and use my absorption skills perk to drain this skill from his status. The familiar orb that is created is now tinted green as I pull it from his being. Then, I carefully use my purple barrier to allow an orb with mythic grade swordsmanship imbued within it out. Then, I leave the orb on the floor beside him, covered in a protective layer of green divine threads that will dissipate upon consumption. Lastly, I write another message into the floor for him to see as well. I waste no time activating my stealth skill and shadow step through the citadel back to the central tower in fractions of a second now that I've gathered what I need. My first action once I step back inside the tower is opening up the prison of non-compliant servants and pulling the first one out that yells a hateful word. Instead of killing it on the spot, I forcefully feed it the skill orb I've commandeered, then shatter its mind and core once I watch its system update. Use absorption, skill, craftsmanship, upgrade, divine grade. Yes. No. Upon choosing yes, a new rush of notifications and panels add to the already complex mythic grade interface I was using before. Not only have I gained the upgraded version of this skill, but my true core has created a unique ability out of it as well. This makes it impossible to hold back a smile. Though outwardly, it looks like the noble demon lord that has taken over the citadel is grinning and looking down into the dark prison, searching for its next victim. This prompts a few dozen more servants to surrender and kneel, but I have more on my mind than just this. The blueprints for a machine to assimilate beings from the lower to upper realm were merely a theory in my mind before. Now, with a whole new perspective on what's possible to craft, it's just a matter of time and gathering the materials. Chapter 743. Instead of a simple mythic grade interface where I can input mana-based materials and a finite number of options for their uses and applications pop up, the new divine grade interface growing before my mind is completely different. It's as though all of the standard limits of crafting have been lifted, and the items I can create have far wider use cases than just killing monsters within dungeons or being equipped to one status. The thought of inputting items doesn't automatically give me prompts of what output the system can craft. Instead, it opens up new pathways of thought, unveiling millions of new hints for more materials that I could add to the craft. It's as if my intuition has taken over, and whatever end result I crave in my mind, unlimited options for how I can get there are processed as fast as my brain can handle it. I feel these interfaces shifting with the slightest alterations in my thoughts. It connects directly to the very core of my system and perfectly integrates into my true core. This flawless output and capability of crafting with divine threads themselves as units within the interface must be a result of my absorption perk making all new divine grade skills a unique divine ability. Though there is another strange aspect that fluidly connects everything. It is the noble vibrations coming off my being. Without this enhanced crystal clear view of the world around me, the processing speed would never be this quick and concise. Without deactivating my noble form, it's hard to tell if this is a byproduct of having this form activated, or if upgrading this skill and bonding it with my divine core while in this form has altered the ability. Whatever the case may be, as I look up from my system and around the massive room, my eyes widen as if I've been walking around with a blindfold this entire time I've been in the upper realm. The faint wisps of ether and divine energy I managed to glance at while walking through the lesser districts now look as bright as day. Even the prison full of servants below me looks completely different. I can see the seams of their avatars and the hundreds of pre-written commands in their beings that are connected to their minds, waiting for the signals to activate. The floor and walls of this building all look completely different to me now too. While before I was producing ether commands from instinct, replicating the memories of Andres Vermilion to send the right amount of energy to trigger the Citadel's commands, now I can see these billions of pathways all over every single structure in the city. The servants below me begin to whisper to themselves and plot ideas of escape as I'm taking multiple seconds to spin around and take in the beauty of this masterclass work of art that someone, or something, built. Every single tower in the city is made up of hundreds of thousands, some even millions, of ether and divine energy-imbued pathways each, creating a perfectly symmetrical circuit that continuously lets the city function as one massive machine. There are incredibly thin invisible arrays that can be walked through, layering the citadel as well, and they expand outward for over 70,000 kilometers from every side of the middle of the central tower, creating layered surveillance and automated protection systems. All of the fast travel routes from anywhere and everywhere are pre-calculated and laid out within this enormous, beautiful system. A few hundred invisible white streams of ether, so thin I couldn't detect them before, leave the citadel and go off into the dense green divine fog farther than my senses can see. My guess is they're off to other citadels or complex machines like this one, though my final attention lies beneath my feet. Down below me, covered in an enormous amount of ether, there is a machine that Ava and Seraphel called the power plant. However, its core is wrapped in an impenetrable veil of silver threads. It is clear that a being not from this zone of the upper realm created it. Unlike everything else in my senses, my divine craftsmanship skill cannot select or manipulate anything close to or connected to the power plant. It is somehow too intricate and strange for me to understand. Even looking at it for more than 1/100th of a second makes my head start to hurt, so I look away and let out a laugh that shakes the central tower. All of the servants that thought about leaving or conspiring immediately stop, as they believe this is another brutal performance of my power. But, in reality, I'm just amused by the truth. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. If you spot it on Amazon, please report it. Everything that seems fantastical and the work of beings beyond logic on the surface always has a simple answer underneath. Whatever this realm is, something built it and it has a purpose. That purpose is being masked extremely well. While Seraphel's words of destiny, patterns, and strings of fate may have kept his mind intact beneath the clouds, I can see there is a master manipulator making things seem as though this is the case. Maybe even the common base rules of the system itself are an illusion too. When I look down at the shaking and frightened prisoner servants, I let out a sigh and lift up the few dozen more that have sworn loyalty to me out of fear, then close the temporary prison and throw it back to the floor. Get back to your usual posts. I'm glad you've come to your senses. Some fly upward to help with the dismantling of the inside of the central tower, while others leave out the front door that I open with my mind using less than 1% of the resources and effort I had to before. Doing so is a simple task now that I can directly comprehend and manipulate my environment, rather than blindly mimicking inefficient ancient ether commands. Then, I follow them out the door and use stealth and shadow step through the city, to find myself at the opposite side of the citadel from where I raided the human district before. On my quick flight over, I send new orders to a large number of the servants out collecting taxes, as well as a new task for Bree down in the lower realm. There are many resources I can collect on my own here, but to build the contraption I want to welcome my generals here safely, I'm going to need to build a masterpiece of my own. Once all the messages are sent, there is nothing more I can do but wait and train for now, so I find myself in front of the High Orc Tower. It stands about 5 times the width and height of the average lower-class towers in this district, mostly made of 4th and 5th class lords. Its walls, a dark black material, stand out from many of the other buildings in the district. I see intricate patterns and command prompts all over them as well, but they're an entirely different style than the rest of the citadel. Clearly, a different craftsman built this tower than the one who made Ellipsia itself. As the front doors open, I see a familiar pair of blue eyes staring forward at me from the middle of the lobby of the dark building. Strong, hot, noble vibrations resonate with mine as a wave of telepathy hits me. We have a lot of work to do. I nod and float forward, still dissecting reality before my eyes to try and make out what is real and what is an illusion. Yes, we do. Meanwhile, a very important meeting within the worldwide connectivity interface is taking place. Bree, the spokesperson for a new trade commission on a third-class human world, sits in a holographic dark room manifested by the linked system interface with 26 other strong trading partners from second and first-class worlds all throughout the galaxy. While over 100,000 worlds connected to the interface may seem like a lot of planets, compared to the hundreds of billions of solar systems floating between them, this is merely a drop in the ocean of potential. Those on civilized worlds that have already predicted the pattern taking place know that this is the beginning of how massive this strange trading system can and will be. A berserker king from a first-class world does not hide his identity and stands proud before the others. Another white-scaled serpent race from a first-class world allows their hologram through too. A blue ogre, a floating beholder with dozens of eyes, an enormous slug with clear viscous liquid surrounding the lower half of its body, a high orc, a metal golem, and a few other monsters from first- and second-class worlds share images of their true bodies. Many others only appear as dark shadows, as they do not wish to reveal their identities yet, listening as Bree begins their meeting. I'm glad you've all made it. Today will be the beginning of history in the making. The entire lower realm will soon be connected as one, and I wish to offer those of you that have already established great power in your star sectors to think even bigger. As Bree smiles, she doesn't hold back the fact that she doesn't have a divine core, nor is her level significant compared to any of the strong monsters she talks to. Every single one of them has at the very least a true core and has ranked up 3 times. Many of these planets do not know the existence of an upper realm, as their lords left thousands of years ago and the opportunity to claim their worlds has been lost in history. However, those that have reached this peak of power know that a being powerful enough to effortlessly connect planets in star sectors this far apart in the galaxy so easily and efficiently must be a power impossible to compete with. Those that know of the upper realm are certain a green-cored being or above is responsible for this incredible feat. Bree looks upward, and many of the monsters in the meeting follow her gaze to see 4 generals watching them. Ari, Abby, Maria, and Raven don't wish to interject, but Bree invited them to make sure the guests she's brought together know she's serious. While the 4 humans that stand above them in this floating room don't seem abnormally strong on the surface to these first-class monsters, they are administrators within the worldwide connectivity system. Within this virtual meeting, anyone that interacts with them or lays eyes on their beings instinctively knows that they are all-powerful here. Just a glance within this holographic construct sends an artificial energy wave into their real bodies, with the aura of the rising emperor that is the ruler of their worlds. The 4 human figures above them immediately register as entities far above their plane of existence, and their human forms are merely visuals for their inferior races to easily comprehend. While it isn't the full truth, it isn't far from it. All doubts of loyalty in any of the world trade leaders' minds wash away without having to say another word, and a few more of the shadowy anonymous figures show themselves to the rest as Bree speaks up again. Today's first topic will be the safe transfer of divine fragments to lower-class worlds. Then, second, I will offer you the opportunity to purchase transport platforms to connect planets from myself, the only dealer in the system permitted to sell such highly regulated goods. Lastly, you will be able to ask me anything you wish about the new worldwide connectivity system you've been granted access to. We shall be working together, so no questions are off limits, but you will soon know that some answers are. Bree smiles and sweeps her gaze across the room, and the first Galactic Trade Commission meeting begins. Chapter 744. I walk forward into the dark black tower, and the massive doors shut behind me with an echoing thud. I can still see millions of ether, divine energy, and mana pathways flowing through the inside of the structure. I have the ability to manipulate them at will, just like the rest of the Citadel, but when the doors close, I feel the presence of outside forces completely cut off. Now that I think of it, before the doors opened, I didn't sense the hot vibrations coming off Serafel from inside this tower. Even from the center of the Citadel, linked to the surveillance system, nothing could phase through these strange black walls. I feel the same sensation of losing direct access to telepathy with my links in the lower realm, but I know this is necessary. Whatever training this noble wyvern, who has lived almost 250,000 years, has in store for me shouldn't be broadcast to the outside. Serafel speaks again. Deactivate all of your mana and demonic energy-based skills and buffs. To achieve stability and raise your vibrations, we'll need to start with the basics. Without question, I let the dark black energy seep back into my demon core and slowly decrease the amount of stats I'm borrowing from the trillions of links of loyalty available to me. I brace myself, ready for my body to begin tearing to shreds again while I put up my purple barrier. However, this does not happen. As my borrowed stats fall below 50%, I don't even feel a change at all. Even when it drops below 40%, my mind is ready to cover my entire being in the hard crystal-like purple barrier again, but nothing happens. The same sensation and mental battle with myself happens at 30%, then 20%, and even 10%. I'm standing in the pressure of the upper realm with nothing but my noble human form activated as my borrowed stats fall into the single-digit percentages. I only begin to feel the dense pressure of the air once it falls below 3%. Even then, it feels like a heavy weighted blanket wrapping around me. At below 2%, my skin just feels hot. Once my borrowed stats fall below 1%, my ethereal noble form feels as though it's being stretched and tested like steel cables on a bridge. Waves of raw, dense green threads flow into me, but a steady stream of vibrations continuously ripple through me from no traceable energy source. It's as if my will itself is holding the fibers of my being together. They do not deteriorate my flesh like they did before. My body is much tougher now. I take a deep breath in and out, dropping below 0.5%, then 0.25%, and eventually to 0%. The tone of the vibrations becomes deeper, and they slow down to become more focused and not completely automatic. On instinct alone, the insurmountable pressure and deadly divine threads pushing down on me from every side are being held back with no external help. I can't move my body at all, as it feels like I've been plunged to the bottom of an ocean. My ears take in no sound as if I'm in a vacuum, and not even my eyes can move. My breath stops, and even my blood stops pumping. I'm certain I could summon my purple barrier right now and survive, just like I did when I fell beneath the clouds surrounding this citadel. However, out of pride, something deep within from the source of these noble vibrations keeping my being together tells me that backing down from this challenge now would do more harm than good. It's impossible to tell if the silent and still wyvern looking down on me is truly just watching and no longer sending vibrations my way, or if my mental capacities have sped up so much that I'm able to produce complex thoughts in between each individual noble vibration. The only power I'm using right now is what's available to me in my real body alone. Now that my body has taken the worst of the pressure head-on without imploding, I must adapt and endure. Then Seraphel's Real training can begin. Meanwhile, a wave of system users all throughout the lower realm reclaim access to the stats and mana control I was borrowing. A select grouping of individuals in the First Galactic Trade Commission meeting are the most surprised at this fact, as many assumed that this was a permanent debuff they had to bear in order to have access to the worldwide connectivity system. Many were content with this, so much so that it never came up at all through the first two parts of the meeting. Bree has managed to create a proper new and private portal paired with a message board for the strongest 2ND and first-class worlds to sell their divine fragments at reasonable prices to lower-class worlds that she approves of. Many other planets not present in this meeting that fit the requirements are given invites and access to this, as divine energy is not exactly a rare or unstable resource. Most third-grade worlds have a few red cores and occasionally an orange. There are even 4th and 5th-class worlds that happen to have their solar systems drifting through the remnants of old divine thread deposits, which have more fragments than their population can even handle. Support creative writers by reading their stories on Royal Road, not stolen versions. Anomalies do occur, but on average, this new system will safely regulate the transfer of wealth from higher-class worlds to lower ones. That is, as long as they have resources worth trading. The strong will tend to stay strong, but now there is a fair opportunity for lower-class worlds to have access to such resources. The second half of the meeting, where Bree links the 26 leaders present to a new private channel where they can buy teleport platforms and crystals from her, is now available. She has set up options for members of each race to be nominated and reviewed by the generals to approve access to travel between worlds. This will allow rich 3RD and second-class worlds access to first-class world labyrinths with higher levels. Of course, to meet other planets' leaders in person will strengthen the bond of allies, and regulated tourism is in the future once all the kinks are worked out in this first trial round. Each world has monthly limits for buying Luminite-related items, and the timers set on all system-related matters are calculated by the human world's standard clock. Certain star sectors and planets move at different speeds and orbit around varying massive energy deposits. The relative rate of time passing varies from world to world. To some, this ticking down clock looks faster, and to others it looks slower. This is the set standard, and system communication is instantaneous. For some, hours go by every minute. At the same time, some races with higher brain processing speeds have an edge. These are just the unfair rules of nature. These are things we will have to deal with and get used to. Being connected to civilizations across the stars won't be as simple as connecting countries across a world. Bree states once all members at the holographic table are content with the pricing of the first round of teleport platforms. However, the towering figure of a high orc speaks up for the first time during their meeting. This is a normal occurrence. The Solar Trade Commission I run here has 7 planets under its control. Bree raises an eyebrow as she rechecks the High Orc's file and requests advanced access from the generals. Yet, as much as she looks, there is only one planet linked to the Rising Emperor's domain anywhere near where this monster's home world is. The floating beholder with too many eyes to count adds to the confusion. It speaks while blinking with about 10 of its front eyes. Yes, a central clock is quite normal in my sector. I am the handler of 25 worlds. Bree looks up this first-class being's file as well, and strangely only finds one world connected to it. Others join the conversation. Only 3 other members here have large colonies of worlds they watch over. The majority believed they were the only world with life near them. Before today, they had no idea other races truly existed. They thought monsters in dungeons were just artificial manifestations. Meanwhile, a massive yellow slug in a floating pool of its own viscous slime simply watches as lower races enlighten each other and make deals. Once this conversation starts, Bree decides to check everyone's files, and the generals even grant her access to the anonymous members in today's meeting. Even though she is conversing with the round table as the open question portion of the meeting naturally unfolds, part of her mind lingers on this strange slug that has 6 first-class planets under its reign within the same solar system. They're all connected to the Rising Emperor's domain. However, the fact it has said nothing makes it unclear if this is the entirety of what it oversees, or if this is just the tip of the iceberg. It only applied for one of its worlds to be granted access to the Teleport Platform Trade Program and has offered to directly trade red, orange, and yellow fragments to any world that needs them, as they seem to be a very abundant resource. As the meeting winds down, Bree compiles notes of everything that has happened today and sends them to those who partook, already scheduling another meeting for next week to move on to Phase 2. However, one of the anonymous figures in the back that hasn't spoken a word the entire time finally speaks up, making all of the monsters with good moods in the virtual room turn their heads in confusion. What if this is all a trick? You're telling me a being from a third-class world managed to put this all together? I've never heard of a green core anyway. If that was real, don't you think one of the higher races here would have done this first? Bree slowly nods as if she expected this and looks up, and the gaze of all the monsters at the table follows. They expect one of the 4 generals silently watching to prove this shadowy figure wrong. However, instead of speaking, they look up too. The outline of a massive green monster holding a glowing white hammer appears high in the black void of the simulation everyone sits in. A domineering pressure presses down on all their beings as the visualization of a green true core comes to light. Although this is a virtual simulation, and no one can be hurt within this construct, it feels like Ava is truly there. The room becomes suffocating, and her voice echoes through everyone's minds, bodies, and souls below. The Rising Emperor has granted you access to a system that can make you all rich and powerful beyond anything you ever imagined. The massive depiction of the Goblin Queen seems to grow as the densely packed green threads making up her being prove far too intricate for a lower realm manifestation to properly project. She looks upward. With doubts like that, you will never see the pinnacle of power for yourself. She looks back down, singling out the shadowy anonymous figure, then dispersing her link to the chat before her hologram can be fully comprehended. The Goblin Queen smiles to herself as she continues zipping through the exile zones beneath the Ellipsia Citadel, far out into the minds of dead worlds to follow the orders given to her. This display leaves the room silent again. Bree speaks to the baffled crowd. Yes, indeed, we have access to far more than just what is available to you today. Let us finish our first deals, and I'll be happy to open your eyes wider to the truth in time. Thank you all for coming, and your future cooperation. We will stay in contact. She ends the meeting, and all 26 members sever their connections, now floating in their own separate blacked-out artificial voids. Many wonder if this third-class world is just a ruse to seem more approachable to the lower-class worlds and underestimated by the higher ones. It's possible whoever made this system for them is even more powerful than a first-class world. The few who make guesses about what ascension past the yellow core is, and the very few who know of the upper realm, are even more shocked by this display, as direct contact with beings like that should be, and has always been, impossible. Some search for clues in the worldwide connectivity system public message boards, but this only confuses them further and makes them believe there is something far larger at play. The only comments found are rumors about a human killing a city-sized demon on a third-class world that supposedly created this system. Many retellings of this event are exaggerations, and so over the top they seem absurdly far from what is possible for even first-class monsters with fully saturated cores. There is no recorded evidence of this feat, and the recollection of the day's events keep changing as the story is twisted and passed through millions of users' hands. Bree finally looks up from her system back into reality and begins pulling hundreds of divine fragments in all kinds of containment cases out from her storage. She turns around in the room deep within the Apex Region's base and looks toward the 4 generals that helped her with this meeting. Well, I believe that went well. Getting you all enough divine fragments now should be easy. She stops pulling the fragments out after a while and pauses while looking at one case full of red fragments. Maybe I should start too. I'll get to it right after I fulfill Jay's order. She smirks, lets the containment case drop into the massive pile, and dives back into her system interface to continue brokering deals. Chapter 745. As all the members of the First Galactic Trade Commission's meeting disconnect from the simulated chat room Bree created, 2 individuals in particular are affected most by the discoveries today. A bright yellow slug on the surface of a vast ocean on a world with its surface being 99% water opens up a telepathy channel that has been established with a neighboring star sector for millennia. The Rising Emperor's new connectivity system is not necessary for it to make contact with one of its well-respected allies. What a pleasant surprise to see a familiar face in today's meeting. The slug sends a wave of emotion through the telepathy link, showing that it is amused and quite happy about the events that occurred today. Even with the hologram transmitted across star sectors, this being has no defining features other than a small mouth and 4 retractable feelers where the majority of its mental energy is leaking out. A rust-colored beholder with dozens of eyes floats above a black mountain, with thousands of identical peaks as far as its divine-grade all-seeing eyes can see. Alvaron, it was more of a surprise to see you. I'm glad you seem to be doing well, even after the last demonic wave. The slug vibrates at these words, glowing yellow with the full power of its saturated true core, and charges up transmission crystals deep within its ocean that resonate with all the worlds it controls. Not only can it see the 6 first-class worlds where over 3 billion total citizens have been connected to a strange connectivity system far more advanced than its own, but it also overlooks its empire stretching across 41 star systems with 219 planets holding advanced life. This number was closer to double before the war roughly 20,000 years back, as the beholder's voice reminds it. Yet the transmission crystals on the dark, lost worlds are still sending back signals into its mind. Many of these worlds are devoid of life, covered in dense clouds of demonic energy. They have been drained of all usable resources and abandoned. Still, some search parties venture into these portions of the lost sectors to collect ambient divine energy deposits, as well as ancient artifacts left behind on these worlds. The telepathic slug replies to the beholder again. Matrek, I am glad you're alive and well too. Down to 25 worlds. That last wave must have been a big hit to your forces too. Matrek blinks with all of his eyes and responds. Yes, we made it out all right. Lost a large amount of our high-grade worlds, but not the ones I was expecting to lose. These New Age demons are quite strange. Alvaron scans his lost worlds and sees the progress many of his scouts have made over the last few centuries to mentally tally how many artifacts they have lost, then replies. Well, it's not all about pure mana and divine energy deposits. Their actions are not as random as they may seem. There is a silence between the two, but Matrek makes a comment back. So what do you think of this new powerhouse that has made contact? Do you believe their intentions are pure? They are giving us so much benefit, but have not yet taken from us or ordered control of our worlds. Another pause follows, but then Alvaron resonates back with a strict and fearful emotion that surprises the beholder, as it has never seen this slug show weakness like this, even against over a dozen first-class demonic worlds challenging its forces. With the resources to transfer visuals, aura, and live communication from the upper realm just to prove a point, no amount of worlds we offer could be of benefit to the creator of that system. Just the fact that we are connected means we are already theirs. The 6 worlds that were connected were previously taken by a noble demon, and I no longer feel the pressure of its dominance in my psyche. Either there has been a peaceful shift in power to a new great family, or a new galactic tyrant is being born in the upper realm. Neither of them speaks, but the emotions of the yellow slug continue to transmit through their link. All of the beholder's eyes widen as it conceptualizes the words of the being, but Alvaron continues before it all sinks in. I cannot sense any malice in the administrators either, and that woman who brought us together is favored by the creator of the system for some reason. It would be best to appease them no matter the demand, and in return, our riches and influence will grow by magnitudes like no other era before. The slug's connection dims, and it stops sending emotions through after this. The beholder replies in a resolute tone. The narrative has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. Understood. Back on the human world in the Apex region, Bree continues to bring worlds together and profit within the margins of every currency and culture conversion that clashes and eventually equalizes. Some planets have abundant sources of divine threads, while others have too much mana to know what to do with. There are endless profitable deals to be made. Many human worlds have far more advanced craftsmanship and can fulfill custom orders for worlds that have always relied on dungeon loot alone for their gear, with no additional modifications. Some higher races offer virtual training classes where mental spars can be simulated within the worldwide connectivity system, so users can test out their new items and borrowed skills from the Rising Emperor that they now have available to them. Those who dreamed of using swords or sending fireballs from their palms but were stuck with common skills on their worlds now have infinite opportunities at their fingertips and trillions of options to find the best prices. Over the next few hours, Bree sets up the first advanced message portal for strong system users above level 10,000 to apply for instant multi-world travel between the 26 worlds that were present in the meeting. The 4 generals delegate the one-on-one interviews of each of the applicants down to the Crimson Army. No one from the human world is permitted to leave the planet or accept other races here just yet, as Bree decides it's best not to allow any higher races access to this third-class world until proper infrastructure is put in place. However, many first-class worlds are already built up for multiplanetary travel, and some even have teleport platforms connecting their worlds within solar systems. Adding another platform to connect their highest-class worlds to star sectors so far away they would never have had the option to travel there in the first place is an opportunity everyone wants to jump on. The integration and regulation are very straightforward. Bree handles the majority of the heavy lifting while the generals are tasked with a more important set of orders to prepare for their ascension. In the time these trade deals have been set up, thousands of containment cases full of divine fragments of varying strengths begin to pile up in the Apex region. Far more than enough for them all to cultivate to the next level of strength necessary. Raven helps sort everything out, dividing the yellow fragments up evenly between the 4 of them, and giving piles of red and orange fragments to Ari. This will be more than enough. They all borrow the item storage skill from the Rising Emperor and let these fragments fall into small white portals. Then crush teleport crystals to disappear and leave Bree alone in a room full of treasure. She just sits on the floor with a smile as the piles of divine fragments around her begin to build up again along with other items. She starts mentally checking off tasks on the recent shopping list from the Rising Emperor. As a few more hours pass, the influx of new worlds stops coming in, and all system users begin getting used to their new reality once again. The shiny new options before them become more dull, and everyone naturally finds their cliques within the message boards instead of having massive general chats overstimulating everyone. A select few, in particular, that still haven't found what they want, however, are in Sector 1 of the Dark Continent near a large trade center better known as Valor City. Monk scrolls through his connectivity system and reports his findings while his old master, the Yellow-Cord Grand Elder known as the Saint, curiously asks questions. As he and many of his followers up in the northern icy region have lost access to the system and merely exist in their pure chi forms, the old man is fascinated by the possibility of learning more about originators and other techniques like his own. Monk scans through thousands of messages a minute and even puts out requests for other system users that have come across stones that suppress the system and chi techniques similar to his or his master's. He finds many threads and private message boards about this subject, and a majority of third-class and above worlds all use some kind of soul energy to bond chi to mana in order to become stronger and elites of their races. It seems to be a common and necessary step to strengthen one's mana control and withstand the overwhelming pressure of higher stages of divine threads. While some red cores manage to stay stable without chi, almost no orange and yellow cores live for long without the support of soul energy in their foundations. Though, with this abundant knowledge, Monk becomes rather concerned at the fact that not a single search result has found anything to do with originator stones. Not a single user from tens of thousands of lively worlds has commented back on the message groups he's made about them either. It's like he is the only one in the entire system with this knowledge. His old master and the Saint are quite concerned and confused too. Copies of some of the recording crystals of the Saint walking through their storage room of ancient texts and artifacts are uploaded to see if anyone recognizes them or has similar treasures to share the knowledge. However, despite this, not a single world has artifacts in the same language or capable of strange properties like suppressing systems. Many of the texts they have studied their entire lives, which speak of ascending to a higher plane and being unified with an uncountable number of believers, are seemingly non-existent on all of these planets. Some of the newer followers of their teachings listening and begin to have doubts, wondering if this is just some ancient religion here on the human world that has been over-exaggerated and interpreted the wrong way. However, after many hours of silence, one system user sees Monk's calls into the void. It's a yellow slug floating in an enormous ocean. Its mental processing speed is thousands of times faster than the most intelligent humans, so it sifts through information in its system, absorbing new races' cultures and joining small private group chats under anonymous names to pass the time. Doing so hardly diminishes any of its daily life functions, so it is happy to use 1% of its mental capacity to communicate with hundreds of worlds at once. Though it stops all of its fun once it comes across a post with zero comments or engagement at all. Curiously, it opens its contents, and as the video plays, the entire sea for hundreds of kilometers around it warms up with excitement. It recognizes these texts very well from dead worlds it's prematurely reclaimed from first-class demons in the past. A message is sent privately to the post's creator. It would be wise to delete all of your prior system messages about the originators before the wrong eyes see them. What you have is far more dangerous than you seem to understand. If you would like to learn more, I would be happy to enlighten you. Chapter 746. The simple man in orange robes, sitting in Valor City where he has lived all his life, fighting monsters and humans to support his followers and continue the teachings of his predecessors, looks at the private message he's received with wide-open eyes. This is because when he opens the private messaging chat, an automatic visual feed is shared, and Alvaron, the millennia-old monster ruling over hundreds of worlds, doesn't hold back. He allows Monk to see the enormity of his empire, and this instantly brings legitimacy to his urgent message. Monk deletes all of his messages sent into the system and even contacts other commanders and members of the Crimson Army to try and make sure they're gone. The generals seem to be busy, as they have all begun closed-door divine fragment cultivation, but this message influx alerts Bree that something interesting is happening. The yellow slug watches as all the public messages disappear, and once they're all gone, it hears a human's voice reply through the instant link of the system. Please do enlighten me. What do you know of the originators? And why do you say that this knowledge is dangerous? As soon as these words leave his lips, a reply seems to come back within fractions of a second with a speed that cannot even be fully appreciated in Monk's mind. My intention is to safely tell you everything you need to know and become a great ally. So, I will start with the most simple underlying secret. These ruins and artifacts are not naturally occurring, and in the grand scheme of things, they are not even rare. Though, to the worlds that still have not been tainted by the demons, there is a reason they do not know of the originators. For if they did, their planets would not last long. That makes my curiosity grow as to how a third-class world managed to ward off an invasion. Please do. Answer me this and I'd be happy to tell you more. Silently, a ping goes off on Bree's system as Monk was instructed to inform her about any sensitive information being traded, and from this statement alone, he's aware whatever this being is on the other side of the system is very serious. Seconds later, a request pops up on both Alvaron's and Monk's systems requesting to add a new member to their call. The yellow slug vibrates in his vast ocean with excitement, as seeing the favored system user from earlier take interest is the best response to its message it could have gotten. The craftswoman joins and makes herself heard instantly. Proceed. There are already millions of users in the system spreading the story. Confirming it with a future trade ally is the least we can provide in exchange for more information on this topic. Bree looks at the slug, unable to read its emotions based on appearance alone, but her memory of this being in the trade meeting hours ago is clear in her mind, and it cannot be solely a coincidence it has made contact like this now. Monk lets out a relieved sigh, thankful that he hasn't run into another dead end. Then, he begins telling an abridged version of the failed invasion from his point of view outside the tower in the Dark Continent just a few days prior. The yellow slug floats on its back, gazing up at 3 bright suns in the sky while visualizing Monk's retelling of humans facing off against a third, second, and first-class demon along with an army of over 100 Red Cord Knights and a dozen commanders, without a single casualty to the human troops. Monk's retelling of the trials within the tower is very similar to some of the message boards and posts the slug read over the last few hours. It corrects the inconsistencies, exaggerations, and twisted retellings that make this Flame Emperor seem like a god who obliterated the demonic forces and freed this world with a snap of his finger. Then again, as Monk confirms that the demon in the final battle really was kilometers tall and that a human alone defeated him, it begins to believe these godlike depictions may not be that far off. Only so much can be conceptualized over retelling and mere words alone. Plus, the visual feeds during this event went in and out, so no one in the world truly knows the full story. However, the slimy yellow being is satisfied with this offer of information and replies back with a payment of its own, as promised. There is a constant struggle for power within this galaxy we mortals live in. Having power over one world is never enough, not even 100 or 1,000,000 or the billions that surround the source. Even if one can hold them all through the river of time, there is always another ruler. Though rulers often shift the rules of reality within the system. Even if they are overthrown, their changes still echo through the past and hold their structural patterns to continue altering the future, even if their era is long lost and forgotten. Find this and other great novels on the author's preferred platform. Support original creators. The slug stares off past the 3 suns in its sky and into the vastness of space, allowing its abstract words to set the tone for these lower lifeforms as it attempts to explain a concept not meant for their slower information processing minds. There are many variations of originator artifacts, but the ones you have shown me are by far the oldest I've ever seen. They have been overlooked for many system updates. They are valuable as lost techniques and written history remain. Many of the artifact-rich worlds I've dug up have been from just the era before this, but the demons will send all of the weapons they have to stop mana-based lifeforms from learning the truth. Monk recognizes phrases in this slug's words, but both his and Bree's facial expressions show that they are equally confused as they are intrigued. The slug instantly picks up on their emotions and shifts its tone and lessens its depth even further in its next response, as the humans still lack this knowledge and have been tinkering around with a time bomb with catastrophic consequences, yet have no idea. Every large artifact left behind is imbued with portions of an originator's soul. It is the only way for them to pass down wealth to their races through the generations. Originators are just the blanket name we give to the ruling race. The last era was of the Wyverns, and some of the most ancient relics I've found are of an elven race that battled a hydra over control of the system before that. This era is owned by the demons. This is why they have infected the system and created mutations like labyrinths to plant seeds on every world the new wave of the system touches. The originators on your world are further back than this, so far that I have never seen texts from the race that has left them. Monk responds now, as these words are starting to make more sense to him and his master's teachings. So Qi is a fragment of our ancestors' souls? Like an inheritance? You say the demons are the ruling race, and me putting out messages to trillions of minds is like putting a bigger bullseye on our world. The slug vibrates with satisfaction again, as it has found common ground and an intelligence level to speak on without being misunderstood. Yes, it is the greatest inheritance a race can find. Worlds can move up entire classes when finding the right tomb of artifacts and deposits of this Qi, as you call it. Many have their own names for this essence, but to those that study the gap between realms we call it ether. For it can never be created nor destroyed, only strengthened and refined by the complexity of life itself. Whatever lived on your world before has left a great gift of their ether, now degraded back to its original unstimulated form. But with the knowledge it's left, untold secrets can be uncovered. Some artifacts even retain their creator's wills. If one from your world has held on through this many eras, its potential would eclipse anything I've ever found. Possibilities of this so-called Flame Emperor rivaling a noble demon repeat in the slug's mind, as it wonders if he found a legacy tomb to be granted this much power or if there are even more unknowns at play that it cannot see. Meanwhile, Monk's eyes are wide, and he can't hold back his smiles, as so many of his questions over the years are being both answered and confirmed. He dares not interrupt this powerful being as it enlightens him as promised. Though, this wise creature has read the emotions of many races and knows how to pull the strings of the mind quite well. Even if it wishes to become allies with these humans and give them what they desire, it is in its nature to ask for more when its audience is captivated. I have access to quite a few worlds that were taken over by demons in the last few millennia. They were of 3rd to 1st grade strength, so many of my elite forces were tasked with fighting them off. All of their mana has been drained dry, and a majority of their more refined ether. But I'm certain there are still artifacts left behind from the Wyvern era if you're interested in prospecting them yourself. There are still many ancient infected demonic beasts of strengths that certainly rival your world's greatest forces that roam these worlds. I couldn't help but see one of your administrators was searching for concentrated essence. This would be an excellent hunting ground for him to build up his unrefined ether stores. All I ask in return are visuals of any texts you find, and a single meeting with the creator of this system, the Rising Emperor, as you call him. Monk's eyes widen even more at the thought of many worlds' worth of artifacts to continue studying. But Bree has stayed level-headed and knows this is another stop in the real conversation where negotiations begin. Knowing that the last message received from the upper realm said she would lose contact for an unknown number of days until some special training was finished and a list of things needed when it's over, she replies to Alvaron. The creator is not always available. He is very busy in the upper realm. I cannot promise a timeline, but I'm sure a meeting can be arranged. That is, in exchange for access to these artifact hunting grounds and assistance in fulfilling a large list of unique item orders. Bree summons a hologram showing a list of items that would be difficult to procure even if the resources of 100 normal first-class worlds were drained dry. Alvaron's virtual gaze scans the list and tries to determine what this could possibly be for, but it replies after a full second. This is the longest it has waited to respond yet. After attempting to make simulated crafts in its mind hundreds of thousands of times using all of the listed items, it finally stops without coming up with a solution to what these items are going to be used for. It has not found a puzzle it cannot solve in longer than it can remember. The entire ocean on its world glows yellow with excitement as it replies. If that is for the creator, then I am looking forward to meeting him even more. We can certainly work out a deal. Chapter 747. As a negotiation between Bree, Alvaron, and Monk begins, many moving parts are shifting into place in the upper realm as well. Millions of kilometers from the Ellipsia Citadel, 2 red ogres stand in a translucent fast-travel orb flying above a sea of endless green clouds. Syl, the slightly smaller bodyguard hired by Torvak to watch over Ember days ago, turns to Randall with a nervous expression. Everything turned out just like the boss said. He really faked his own death, or at least I hope that his words are the truth. Randall nods, staring forward at the clouds on the horizon that haven't changed much for hours as they've been traveling at maximum speed for quite a while. He holds a small black access card in his right hand that appears older than anything from the citadel they just left, other than a few old structures remaining from before the Vermilion family took charge. In his ether storage, a piece of an ether crystal has been separated into half a dozen parts. Torvak split the remaining medium-quality ether crystal ember gifted him upon arrival, as they're going to need every bit of it to bribe their way into the place they're heading. Randall tightens his grip on the access card as the dark outline of strange, seemingly random cubes appears on the horizon of clouds. It's as if planet-sized black and green cubes have been stacked on top of one another, varying from hundreds of kilometers wide to tens of thousands, jutting out in strange and unpredictable patterns. It almost looks like a cubic crystal structure that has grown out of control. However, a light layer of invisible ether surrounds every centimeter of this structure and keeps it floating, elevated above the clouds. As the front-facing portion comes into view, more dark shadows emerge from the green clouds behind it, making the monstrous size of whatever this structure is unfathomable. From a glance, it is easily tens of times larger than Ellipsia, but its true size is still hidden behind the clouds. A strange, cool sensation vibrates through the two red ogres once they pass through the first wall of an invisible thin, ether orb security surveillance system surrounding the entire floating structure. Notifications even ring in their ears, welcoming them to the fortress citadel as they continue to fly closer. Randall reflexively gulps and replies to Sill's last comment. I hope so too. I've never actually been to the fortress. I hope we have enough to make our way into the long-term storage rooms. Sill takes a deep breath in and out. Whatever wave of cold just hit her dulled her senses for a moment. Her mind double-checks to ensure the small containment case with unknown items inside is still there. Torvak's order was to leave it behind in the same storage unit they are retrieving his crafting items from. Feeling reassured when she feels it, she shivers and nods. I hope this goes smoothly too. Back on the Ellipsia Citadel, there are a few old standing structures from similar eras as these cubes that have not been demolished and rebuilt by Andres Vermilion in the last 12,000 years. Roughly 4,000 kilometers closer to the central tower than the High Orcs Tower, there are 10 large ancient buildings on a block of the city full of second- and third-class berserker giants. Within the oldest of these structures, with a similar cloaking mechanism that blocks those inside from interfering with the outside realm, Ember and Zacian have begun training. Ember is only in his hybrid dragon form, though his entire body is glowing bright with white ether as he radiates concentrated mental attacks from the center of a massive training room. Zacian, surprisingly, has none of his offensive skills or buffs activated. He just sits in the center of the room with his swords by his sides, meditating, concentrating every single drop of newly refined ether into creating mental barriers to block the ruthless rain of attacks falling down on him. Every few seconds, entire mental barriers are shattered, and more of Ember's full-force attacks collide with his psyche, sending millions of sharp tendrils of ether into his mind. But every time, Zacian digs deep and forms another barrier. He blocks the incoming attacks once again, giving himself just enough time to flood his mind with ether and neutralize what could be considered mental poison. That is, just in time for his barrier to be shattered seconds later and for the process to begin again. This is what the two have been doing for hours. In the brief milliseconds between attacks, flashes of Ember's words when they first walked into this room rush through the berserker's mind. Well, until Asik and Torvak can make you a better avatar, there's no use in tethering your soul to this one. So, until then, we might as well speed up your natural ether refinement. Plus, this will temper your mental defenses to withstand the full-powered attack from a noble. I heard the Vermilions have been creating some formidable false demonic nobles in the fortress over the last 20,000 years or so. Seraphel said the one guarding the exiles has been weakened from an insufficient supply of nobles' blood. But the ones they lock up for times of war must be quite fresh. The visual of Ember transforming from his human form to a black-scaled hybrid dragon similar to his memories triggers excitement in Zacian's heart. Stolen story. Please report. Though Ember's final words before their training began only spell out danger. I guess we'll just begin with the mental tempering. Say, until your new avatar and soul weapons are ready. That, paired with the toothy grin Ember shows when things are going his way. However, the Berserker race only grows stronger in the face of danger and certain death. These words, and the uncertainty of whether the mental torture will end in hours, days, weeks, or possibly longer if there is a change of plans, add to the mental challenge necessary to break through to a new and higher level. This is what the Berserker keeps as a driving force every time the waves of poisonous ether come within milliseconds of killing him, driving his ambition one step further each time. Back in the only other ancient structure on the Citadel, the High Orc Tower, the black doors that shut to hold two nobles inside still have not opened. The street outside is completely silent. Those uninformed would not have any guesses close to the type of realm-bending training and lost knowledge from a high noble being shared within those walls. Even 7 floors up, on the top of the High Orc Tower, Torvak and Asik cannot sense anything through the ancient walls of the structure. Though even if they could, they wouldn't pry as they have pressing matters of their own to deal with. Torvak crackles with electricity as he paces back and forth along a wall that points directly toward where 2 of his Red Ogre subordinates carry out the orders he gave them before he went off to die in the public's eyes. He tries to wrap his brain around the fact that Ember gave him twice as much medium-grade ether as was necessary to retrieve his elixirs from storage, wondering if Ember truly predicted this outcome before they even met up in his shop. Or, if he's simply overthinking things as memories of the last 3 wars during his 98,000 years in the upper realm surface and haunt him. He barely made it out alive in the first war when the Morvale family had a large force in the Green Zone, but back then, he didn't have the backing or the knowledge of the powers that be in the upper realm. It was blind luck before he joined forces with a noble race of wyverns, a fierce race of berserkers, and the master High Orc crafters led by their battle-hardened leader Asik, to fight in the Second War 60,000 years ago. While they should have all been wiped out, still unaware of the forces they were up against, one of the Morvale family's dragons changed sides at a critical point in the war. This was the era when Ember first made contact with what are now known as the Warlords. He turned the tide of war, shifting what was a surefire victory for the demons to control the Ellipsia Citadel back into a 3-way business partnership between the ogres, berserkers, and orcs. None of them know exactly what happened afterward, as the dragon and the wyverns attacked the Grand Citadel alone. Many of the wyvern forces didn't come back, and neither did Ember. Though, sporadically, over the next 42,000 years, Ember would return. He didn't always betray the demons or even reveal himself to them at all. But it was obvious to the warlords when he did, as growing forces ready to attack certain supply lines and neighboring citadels would randomly disappear. Often, within the same few years, gifts of ether or random orders with strange tasks would arrive that the warlords were happy to follow. Contact with the wyverns was often brief. They dealt in the Grand Citadel and were very elusive and risk-averse over the years. Without this mysterious dragon that escaped death for millennia, their business empire could never have thrived as it did. Of course, none of them would have survived the Second Great War to begin with. But during the Third War, when the Morvales ascended and a 5th great family, the Vermilions, appeared seemingly out of nowhere, the warlord's rule was toppled. Instead of being killed off entirely, after control of every citadel was taken, the warlords were slowly chipped away at both physically and financially for reasons unknown. Torvak has lived long enough to know things don't just happen by chance. The timing of everything is too strange. While he is in the dark about many things that occur in the Grand Citadel, he knows that if they were truly a threat, the Vermilion family head would have killed them all the moment he wanted to. The nobles and first-class demons may not realize this, as they are all too young to understand. Even Torvak is not old enough to see the full picture. The Blue Ogre masks his nerves as concern for his workers heading to the fortress. In reality, he worries that perhaps all of this is an elaborate 18,000-year trap, not one intended for them. While Asik might be thinking something similar, he's more worried about himself at the moment. The High Orc sits in a large black throne at the back of the room, surrounded by hundreds of ether-powered devices with pure mana, concentrated divine threads, and a slow drip of his own refined ether circulating through his body. He coughs up blood as he continues to heal from the most intense battle he's faced in tens of thousands of years. Calm down, Torvak. All that matters is we follow his guidance. We owe him our lives, and we've had good ones at that. Whatever happens next, I leave it up to fate. I'm too old for worrying anymore. He cracks a grin and coughs up more blood. Orcs' lifespans are much shorter than ogres by almost half. While Asik is 103,000 years old, even the most resilient triple-ranked-up first-class high orcs living the simplest lives rarely reach 70,000. He's well outlived his wildest expectations, and sees every day beyond the Second War a gift beyond what he ever deserved. The war-hardened veteran seems stoic, not much of a talker, but in reality speaking often requires energy he doesn't have to spare. It adds up after thousands of years. Ember knows this, and Asik knows that he does. Asik believes Ember wouldn't have asked so much of him without a reason. He speaks up again as Torvak turns his way. This time seems different. The two look at each other for a few seconds and say nothing. Then Torvak nods and continues pacing. I know it does. That's half the problem. I never know what he's thinking to begin with. Now it's even more out of my hands. While the two reminisce on the past, Ava jumps off the edge of the citadel, using the planned power outages to mask her departure. As she falls, borrowing a wind magic skill to increase the speed of her descent, she's eager to return to the Hollow District, the outer ring where she left the huddle of goblins during her escape. Her orders are to collect as much ether from the exile zones as she can, as an absurd amount is necessary to craft a device in the center of the citadel. Additionally, she's to free as many exiles as possible and bring them to the central mountain, where servants will help her transport them back to the citadel. The second part of her orders seems straightforward enough. Since the demonic Cyclops Guardian maintaining the exile system was killed, all the simulated borders trapping avatars in certain zones are gone. Bringing them to the mountain is a task she wanted to do even before becoming entangled in all of this. Ava starts at the central peak. She mentally maps out areas of the exile zones. The mountain is still split in two at the peak, and many demonic guards wander aimlessly while demonic worms devour anything that approaches. First, Ava kills the stragglers, raising her level even higher and collecting all of their soul weapons. But as she prepares to venture outward, she begins to feel a strange sensation. The fractures in her avatar, caused by overexerting the basic grade model with massive amounts of ether, the perks of the Rising Emperor's Link of Loyalty, and ranking up for a third time to grow in size, have started to leak her true mind and being beyond the limits sealed by the Vermilion family head on these creations. Warmth like nothing she's ever felt before pours into her mind. Though she isn't yet fully aware of what this feeling is, Ava is beginning to awaken her ether sense. The millions of third-grade ether stones right beneath her feet may be far easier to locate than she first thought. Chapter 748. Randall and Syl arrive in front of the closest black cube, the most common entrance point from the Ellipsia Citadel fast travel orbs. Usually, a visiting party would be guided through a number of checkpoints and surveillance levels before accessing the long-term storage areas of the fortress. While this takes quite a while, the more time-consuming part is getting on the waitlist to be guided in. For an average lord, this may take months or even up to a year. That would be if you have a storage box already and are just trying to access it. Beginning the process to rent a space could take years or even decades to be accepted and reviewed to make it on the list. Just a few years is not long to wait when most of the storage cubes here have lasted longer than most of the workers that man the security checkpoints. Hundreds of thousands of years. Though the schedule for picking up this package is much more urgent. Randall scans the entrance platform that the two of them step onto, and once their ether transport orb dissipates, the slow walk toward hundreds of doors with guards in front of them begins. His heart rate increases as more standard default welcoming messages and instructions on how to enter the Citadel ring through his mind. A majority of the guards lined up in front of the 1-kilometer-tall black door are very familiar demonic servant avatars, yet he steers clear from trying to enter one of those doors. While some may lead him near the location he's heading, a majority are mostly demon-owned entrances and only lead to private facilities and demon-only storage rooms he wants no part of. The other doors have varying races guarding them, mostly lower-class orcs, goblin kings, and kobolds. It is possible to apply for positions to work here, but the lowest contract length is 1,000 years. The sky is the limit to the amount of time you can commit. As long as you're alive, the fortress system will accept a bid. It is mostly automated, as a large amount of the older long-term storage cells were left here even before the demons took dominance over this zone of the realm. It would be both impossible and unprofitable for the demons to stop allowing other races to apply. If they took hold of the citadel and seized all items inside, the public would lose trust in its security and long-term reliability. Not to mention, their new additions to the fortress would lose their value too. Even though many cubic, planet-sized plots are categorized for demons only, there is a large percentage of newer demon-run storage systems, as well as avatar modifications and upgrades that are done here. Keeping the fortress a semi-all-inclusive base is in their best interest. So, this is how Randall is able to exploit the system. He recognizes an old second-class high orc guard that Torvak showed him holograms of before they left. The Blue Ogre told them this is one of many work contacts that he and ASIC share, as sometimes over the years they need workers on the inside to keep their business thriving. This guard in particular has committed his life to this role, partnered with the warlords since their second war. He sends back all profits to a cluster of high orc worlds he takes care of in the lower realm. Randall and Syl walk up to the old guard, and he stares forward, speaking up in a raspy voice. State your avatar ID and visitation reference number. The old guard doesn't budge, but Randall nods and moves his hand up toward the guard. I believe my card should have all of my waitlist information documented. We're here to pick up some crafting items left in long-term storage. Beneath the black access card he hands the guard, there is a fragment of medium-quality ether crystal. While the majority of lords in this zone of the upper realm cannot successfully absorb a highly refined piece of ether like this, it is still worth a large amount when sold to the right buyer, especially here in the fortress. The 1.0 medium-quality ether crystal ember brought into this realm is roughly worth 1,000,000 low-quality ether. Of course, that would be highly dependent on the buyer and circumstances of the sale. A lower-grade avatar without the proper commands in place would never be able to contain even a fraction of a crystal like this that is being traded in physical form for that very reason. Even so, it can be traded for bulk orders of worlds. For orcs, a common use case is buying pure crystallized mana to send down to the lower realm to attempt forcefully raising the class rating on current worlds over the course of a few tens of thousands of years. At the very least, it can be traded directly for low-quality ether to the demonic guards that come and go from the fortress to the Grand Citadel. Everyone knows questionable business is done here, but the automated surveillance system rarely punishes those that break the rules. As long as one keeps their transactions under the radar and not breaking any major regulations, it will all be ignored. Unauthorized tail usage. If you spot this story on Amazon, report the violation. The old guard allows the crystal to fall into his ether storage upon grabbing the access card and pretending to scan it, then nods. Looks like you're right on time. The guard presses an action in his system interface, gives the card back, and then steps aside to allow the massive door to open up slowly. Along the hundreds of doors on the side of this single cube floating in the sky, this is the only door opening, though no one cares to turn ahead. Business as usual is going on in the fortress. Randall then refreshes his memory of the map Torvak showed him as well, with the half-dozen security checkpoints along the way, with specific other guards that will guide him where to go once he shows them this card and gives them their share of ether. The two red ogres smile, but the high orc's expression doesn't change at all. As the two disappear into the darkness of the fortress to complete their task, the doors shut, and the guard stands in front as its guardian, staring off into the endless green clouds, just as it has for the last 64,000 years. 3 full days pass. Although the two red ogres have been nervous and sweating through their entire stay in the fortress, walking deeper and deeper into the dark hallways, waiting rooms, and strange zones of the massive structure in the sky, they make it down to the long-term storage room in 3 days with a single medium-quality ether fragment left to spare. It is roughly 1/12 the size of the original crystal Torvak received, still a small fortune. The last guard opens the black stone door of their storage unit where this access card brings them, and then they are left alone in silence. The walls of this small cramped room are lined with tightly sealed storage containers. They're stacked up to the ceiling, so there's at least a few hundred of them, but the room is just a few meters taller than the Red Ogres. It'd be impossible for Torvak to even stand up in a room like this. There isn't a single item out of its containment case, but it's clear that whatever raw materials are in these containers are extremely high value and most likely tens of thousands of years old. Their ambient ether is leaking out of the outdated containment case technology. Yet, it is extremely potent. Their orders were not to be nosy. They were to empty out this room and leave a single black box behind. Randall and Syl both open up their ether storages and empty the room in seconds. Then, Syl opens her storage and drops the single box down before they turn to leave. With a single thud of the ancient black door, their mission is complete, and both of them press the fast travel options on their systems to get out of here. Unknown to them, the box they've left behind begins to ripple with a white light. While it was just carrying low-quality ether refinement elixir before, there's been a slight change to its contents now that it has come back to the fortress. A microscopic, yet complex device with small silver threads shimmering around it begins to activate, set to reach its full potential in 19 days. While the fortress is the most secure citadel in the Green Zone, even with all the resources of Ellipsia worth of bribes, it would be physically impossible to get into a storage unit without an access card. The only trickery that can be bypassed is the time it takes to get one there. It is impossible to infiltrate, though the automatic security allows anyone to leave without hassle. The moment a white light surrounds them, and a teleportation array brings the two Red Ogres 100,000 kilometers away, to the outer surveillance ring where they first heard welcome notifications, two long sighs of relief escape them. A large ether orb sends them whizzing back toward Ellipsia, and it's not until the fortress is out of sight that Randall curses under his breath and turns to Syl. That took 1,000 years off my life easily. I can't name a single more stressful thing I've done. Syl breaks out in nervous laughter, and she can't believe it's finally over. I'm never taking a bodyguard job for an illegal human again. No wonder Torvak was overpaying. Both of them are still reflexively shivering as the cold vibrations that had been slowing down their mental processes and system speed while inside the fortress finally fade away. Then, Randall pulls out the last fragment from his storage and tosses it up and down in the air. I don't think we'll ever have to. This will be enough to keep us living in luxury for the rest of our lives. Both of them smile and stare off toward Ellipsia. Though it seems the two can't catch a break. Syl looks upward and whispers, I haven't seen one of those in a few years. Just as their nerves were beginning to calm down, a massive ripple of dark green divine energy covers the sky. It's incredibly thick, easily thousands of kilometers wide, and its edges look like melted mirrors, as the intensity of a wave like this bends the fabric of the upper realm itself. Its length is impossible to estimate, as it most likely doesn't even have a definitive size and goes on indefinitely to the edges of this curved realm in space. In fact, it is a wave that doesn't even come from within this zone of the upper realm to begin with. Like the wind of a hurricane, waves like these are naturally occurring disasters that randomly strike. There is nothing to do but watch it come. Randall yells to reinforce this point. Brace yourself. I've never faced a realm wave like this while off of Ellipsia. The two go from holding hands, enjoying the view of peaceful endless clouds, to shielding each other and turning their backs to the wave while getting to their knees in the fast travel orb that moves forward to take it head-on. An eerie creaking sound bends reality around the orb, but their forward momentum doesn't slow. Unsurprisingly, the intensity and chaotic gravity waves ripple through the fast travel orb. The two Red Ogres watch their bodies bend in strange directions they didn't know were possible, and their perception of time becomes slightly broken as well. However, less than 4 full seconds pass until the wave washes through them and continues its way to the fortress and throughout the rest of the upper realm. The two riders do not get up from their braced positions just yet, as they know it is guaranteed that all waves come in twos. Most commonly, the second will strike within a few minutes. However, there are times when it takes far longer, days, weeks, months, even years. Just 16 minutes pass, and on the horizon, another enormous gravity-bending wave ripples through the upper realm. More confident in the fact that they survived the first one, Randall and Syl aren't shaking in fear, though they still hold their breath as it passes. Once the second wave rattles their minds, the red ogres lie on their backs in the center of the fast-travel orb as it continues to make its way back to Ellipsia, and Randall responds while holding the medium-quality ether fragment in the air within both of their sights. You know what? You're right. If that wasn't a sign, I don't know what is. Let's never take another bodyguard job for an illegal human again. He grasps the small containment case, and they chuckle to themselves as their danger has passed. However, the danger of a realm wave like this isn't exactly that it has physically destructive properties. It's that it will distort the relative rate of passing time. While just 16 minutes passed between waves here in the green zone, time has certainly moved differently in the zones above, as well as below in the lower realm. Chapter 749. Just over 16 minutes ago, the Ellipsia Citadel encounters the same realm wave, and the usual protocol is followed. An automated Citadel notification rings in all of the citizens' ears, and notices to seek shelter and go inside are all anyone can see or hear on their system interfaces. While some of the newer lords that have ascended in the last few years panic, the majority of the Citadel is used to this event and calmly take fast travel orbs to the nearest public buildings before the wave hits. Many feel a strange sensation, as if they are watching their own bodies bend in non-comprehensible directions, and slight ringing in their ears followed by nausea. But this is nothing out of the ordinary. It ripples through the old structures within the Berserkers' bases, and for the first time in 3 days, Zacian gets 4 seconds of rest between near-death mental attacks. Though, coming back to reality and having his mind and body bent and twisted while simultaneously healing himself could be considered an even worse and more difficult experience than just the normal mind tempering. In fact, the very survival instinct Ember was digging for activates as the first-class Berserker fights for his life in a strange gravity wave. The red glow in the Berserker's eyes vibrates with what feels like sharp blades, as a part of the war-hungry monster's intent moves the ether in its mind in the absence of perceived time, on instinct alone. While Ember grins and prepares to attack Zacian again with double the intensity, the wave travels through the High Orc Tower as well. Asik and Torvak brace themselves, but have been through thousands of these waves in their past, so they're not very concerned. Neither even mentions it out loud. They simply stop moving for a moment. Though this simple impact isn't the greatest result of the wave. From below them, as soon as the wave begins to warp their perception of reality, enormous arcs of white ether tethered to green divine threads fluctuating at the same frequency of noble vibrations seem to be bursting from the floor and exploding outward. The physical material in the environment seems as though it's not dense enough to block the force coming through. Even from outside the tower, if someone were to look from a street view, it appears as though unfathomable layers of strange shimmering translucent auras are bursting out from the tower as its walls are bent and folded in on themselves. The expansion of this energy seems to be erupting outward and sending power outages through the entirety of the Citadel. However, at the same time, the building stands completely still. Time isn't passing within the wave. Those that are not directly looking at the source of the erupting chaos do not even know it's happening. Torvak and Asik, who look down at the floor, feel their systems flicker, and the illusion of cold pours through their veins as if they're being greatly suppressed by a noble bloodline. But when the wave passes, so does this feeling that felt like a dream. No remnants of this anomaly actually made it out of the tower. It's as if reality itself glitched for a moment, and only those who were paying close attention could see. The street outside remains silent, and the black doors remain closed. Ava has collected about 400,000 low-quality ether in the last 3 days while looking through the central peak for third-class ether stones. At first, she had to scan each stone individually, but slowly, as more ether poured into her system, the cracks in her avatar became far more noticeable. While she's not able to pinpoint each stone exactly, a warm sensation in the back of her mind allows her to pinpoint the directions of where larger deposits sit. Every new stone, granting her 1 to 3 more low-quality ether each, allows her senses to slowly become more refined. In between searching sessions, every few hours, Ava has been mentally mapping the entire exile zones and flying out to inform groups of freed exile slaves of their opportunity to get a ride back up to the Citadel in a few days. During this time, she has always kept in touch with the generals down in the lower realm. There is no connection to the rising emperor at the moment, so Raven has been sending Ava daily updates on their progress. She is the only one with a true core already formed, so total concentration is not as vital for her while cultivating fragments. Ava learns of the fact that they have made an agreement with another strong race in the lower realm, and are planning to use their resources to push their progress to the limits if they want to be ready in just 19 more days. This narrative has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. If you see it on Amazon, please report it. However, when the realm wave hits, Ava has little knowledge of what it is. A wave like this has come through her exile zones only a single-digit number of times before. Though, once the first odd twisting of her body and mind stops, multiple daily notifications from Raven begin pinging in her inner ear. Less than a minute since the wave has passed, and she instantly understands what has begun. Ava knows direct telepathic communication won't be effective, so a single written message is sent. She looks up in the air toward the bottom of the citadel and smiles, speaking under her breath. Maybe they have more time than you thought. We'll be even more prepared. Another daily notification rings in Ava's inner ear just a few seconds later. However, back in the lower realm, at the time of the realm wave, everything seems to be moving along as if nothing out of the ordinary has happened. Over the last 3 days, where times between realms were synchronized, Bree and Alvaron have begun negotiating the terms of their trade deal in order to get enough materials for a craft being built in the upper realm. No contact between them and the rising emperor could be made, but he did say he would be in a training session for an indefinite period. Their only contact above is Ava. The two began sending messages back and forth starting the day orders were sent out. Another 5 days pass and Raven's daily updates are sent just as requested, and they're usually sent back responses. However, the last few days of chats between the two are one-sided. Day 4 update, Raven. Today, after 4 full days using the advanced cultivation chambers in Central, Ari formed his red core. Day 5 update, Raven. Nothing out of the ordinary to report. True core progress with Abby and Maria is steady, but still slow. Ari is working on his orange core. Day 6 update, Raven. Good news. 2 of the commanders, Fisher and Lydia, finally awakened their yellow cores today. They will be a good addition to the human forces once we leave. Day 7 update, Raven. Nothing out of the ordinary to update. Looking forward to a response. Day 8 update, Raven. Bree finalized the terms to a trade and teleport contract deal with a strong first-class planet cluster. We have confirmation that their cultivation technology is superior and far more efficient. This may be exactly what we need in order to finish the mission in just 2 more weeks. We'll be leaving in the morning. I'll update you on the facilities once we visit tomorrow. While Raven is a bit confused why the responses stopped after just 3 days, she assumes Ava has a mission of her own to fulfill, and it may be even more burdensome than hers. Though a strange response comes back to her in the middle of the night. Emergency update, Ava. The upper realm has undergone what is known as a realm wave. It appears to be a blessing in disguise, but may be a curse if it is a long one. My knowledge of these natural disasters is not perfect, but I do know when one hits, the flow of time between realms becomes disjointed. While 5 days have passed since I've responded, barely a minute has gone by in the realm above. I do not know how long this wave will last, but I know time will continue to flow in strange ways until it's over. As you send me daily reports, I will send you reports back by the minute. Seems you have extra time, so do not waste it. Raven's eyes widen when she sees this ping, as she realizes if what Ava says is true. Time is moving 1440x faster in the lower realm, or possibly faster, if 1 minute accounts for 5 full days without contact. She drops the yellow fragment that is half absorbed in her hand to the ground in the middle of a black room and takes a few deep breaths. She then looks left and right as in separate chambers of this facility made by the old order, Abby and Maria are attempting to absorb as many fragments as they can to increase the size and density of their cores in order to trigger true core collapses by force like the Rising Emperor did. Though, everyone here knows that they are moving to a new facility tomorrow that Bree's new business contact has created for them. Instead of disturbing the generals while they still have a few hours to work before the transport is scheduled, Raven calls Bree, and the two of them see each other floating in the same simulated hologram. Bree looks as if she hasn't slept in over a week. In fact, she hasn't. But her eyes still burn with the fire for more profits while the system is still fresh and not exploited to its maximum potential yet. She speaks first. This is the first I'm hearing of you since I secured access to higher-grade cultivation chambers. There are still a few hours until we leave. Is there a problem? Do I need to push it back or cancel? Raven pauses, as she's still thinking over the gravity of Ava's message, but she shakes her head and responds a few seconds later.
No.
There is no problem. Moving the generals to these chambers used on first-class worlds is a necessary course of action. I fear they are missing out on potential by not borrowing stats while breaking through to the true core stage. One's true core ability often mirrors their actions before and during the breakthrough itself, so an optimal environment where they can truly go all out without fear of destroying facilities or the world itself is needed. Raven stays silent again, and Bree just raises an eyebrow, waiting. So there is a problem, isn't there? What is it? Raven shakes her head. No, it's not a problem. There's actually good news. We have more time than we thought. I just don't know how much yet. Even more intrigued, Bree listens carefully as Raven explains her thoughts and shows her the exact message Ava sent. Bree responds, "Perfect. I'll have even more time to fulfill Jay's request. I won't have to drain too many worlds dry of resources. We can evenly and more slowly scrape profits off the top from just a few thousand. This works even better in our favor. Please do send me updates if you receive more. I have one last task to follow through on before we make our way to Kelphur, the first-class demonic world. I'll see you in a few hours." Raven nods, smiling with a bit less stress weighing down on her shoulders. "Good, see you soon." Their transmission link cuts off, and Raven is left alone in her dark cultivation room with sparkles of yellow threads still swirling about from her last session. Bree, on the other hand, is no longer in the Apex Regions Association headquarters. She's with one of the Rising Emperor's left-behind body doubles, in the heart of the Canyon of Dungeons in the Crimson City. The two of them enter the Crimson City Labyrinth and dungeon walk all the way to the top floor, where they find a demon and a dragon saturated with vibrant red divine energy. At first, the pair get ready to attack, but once Bree pulls 2 containment cases from her storage to drop to the ground between them, they hear her out. "Your name is Pluto, correct? The demon lord you made a deal with has given me orders to give you an extension to your proposition." She looks down at one of the containment cases that is full of incredibly dense crystallized mana farmed from a first-class world. That right there is enough mana to bring this labyrinth to 200 floors. That would bring it to its next stage, a milestone in which you could close the labyrinth and succeed in your trial. With that, you'd be granted a one-way ticket home. She looks to the other containment case. "Before you return, you're going to need to get quite a bit stronger if you'll be of any use. There are a few things our leader wants you to take with you, as he cannot attend your departure himself." Chapter 750. For hours pass. Bree exits the Crimson City Labyrinth after leaving a 3rd containment case and a very detailed plan behind. Pluto stares at the place where Bree has teleported away and whispers under his breath while replaying the scene in his mind from 2 weeks ago, of a human killing a noble demon, a feat impossible for any sane demon to comprehend. Well, it seems we'll technically be receiving an invite to the Vermilion family after all. This was not how I expected things to go when I came to this world. Back in central headquarters, in the city above the mountain that is no longer burning with divine flames, all of the generals leave their cultivation chambers in order to join up with the others waiting. In a small waiting room, 9 of the most powerful humans, strength and influence-wise, stand together in a circle. Bree greets the 4 generals first, then looks to Monk, Luna, Fisher, and Lydia, who have shown up to partake in the second part of the deal that has granted them all access to the planet Kelphur in the first place. The craftswoman has been beyond busy these last few days, but a satisfied expression can be felt behind her eyes as it's clear that everything has finally reached the final step. "So, before we leave, there are a few changes, rules, and interesting details you must know." While handing out teleport crystals to each of them, Bree explains what she has heard from Raven just hours ago, meaning they have more time than expected to get things done. But she also reveals the state of the world she's bringing them to. The generals are satisfied, as it is only natural that more advanced civilizations have better technology, and they are happy to use these new connections to get ahead. Her gaze stays on the four here that aren't generals, and they are a bit more suspicious. Well, other than Monk, whose eyes are practically sparkling with excitement to travel to another world. While they work on breaking through, your job is to bring as many rare artifacts back to our main base as possible. It's not going to be as easy as I've explained things to be. You'll see what I mean. After a few back-and-forth questions and answers, the 9 of them decide to crush their teleport crystals, as Bree is confident they'll be more informed once they see where they're going. A flash of white light leaves the room empty. Rodrigo, in a room above them, takes control of Bree's position as the association's leader while they're gone, and the rising Emperor's body doubles continue giving instructions to the Crimson Army as if nothing has happened, making this mission a secret to the world. Once the flash of white light ceases and the 9 reappear in a whole new facility, what they see when they look up is not at all what was expected. They all stand on top of a large teleport platform, with a thick translucent mana dome surrounding them to keep the elements of the atmosphere out. However, above, there is no bright blue sky with clouds. There isn't even a starry night sky of the vast universe. Instead, the visual of a massive dark black and purple planet fills the majority of their vision. Given the information provided, this first-class demonic world is 7 times larger than the human world they just left. However, looking at it from the moon they reside on now, its size seems incomparable to anything these humans have ever seen. Deep seas of demonic energy cover its surface, swirling with a vicious nature. Tints of white and yellow light burst and dim within the dangerous ocean like fireflies blinking on and off thousands of times a second across the enormous landscape. Even from here, faint shockwaves of true-core demonic beasts battling down below hit the general senses. Upon arrival, everyone here expanded their auras as far as they could sense, and not a single person could even wrap their entire mind around the single moon they're standing on now. It is a similar size to the human world. Looking left and right, for more moons of similar sizes all rotate around Kelphur, the strongest first-class demonic world within Alvaron's possession. One of the oldest worlds it has, and one that has never been fully explored. A streak of bright yellow light, more intense than any of the other smaller explosions before, appears on the world's surface, and it zips through the demonic clouds, parting them and carving up the dense black surface of the world. The faint outline of an arrow can be seen, but it moves so fast and gives off so much radiation that it would be missed with a single blink. Though the impact halfway across the world on the horizon cannot be ignored. 2 swords crossed block the incoming arrow, and another shockwave erupts from this point, pushing back thousands of kilometers of demonic clouds. 2 horrendous roars echo through Kelphur, but the lack of atmosphere outside this dome drowns it out. Only the sound waves rippling through the demonic energy on this planet can be seen. Not a single person says a word, just watching with wide eyes as the clouds sink back to their natural state. Though, from the back of the clear dome they stand in, a single silver suit of armor approaches the group. It does not carry any weapons, and no one here even noticed it until it moved, as there is no living being inside of it. You might be reading a stolen copy. Visit Royal Road for the authentic version. However, the voice that echoes out from where its mouth should be is one that both Bree and Monk recognize very well. It is Alvaron. I'm glad you could all make it here on time and were welcomed with quite the display from Kelphur's kings, the strongest warriors of this world, trapped in an eternal battle. The Silver Knight turns to pretend to look up at the sky. However, many solar systems away, Alvaron continues to float in his ocean world, spreading his aura out from the empty suit of armor to analyze his new guests with curiosity. His gaze stays on each of them for quite a while, very intrigued with Ari and Luna's strange demonic mutations and Monk's pure chi-infused body. However, the creature stares into Maria's soul energy core for over a full second in wonder, and when it moves its gaze to Abby, for some reason its senses just phase right through, unable to read any data. The knight turns back to its audience and raises both of its hands to point to the planet-sized moons in orbit around the demonic world. Well, as requested, I have prepared 4 cultivation environments suitable for warriors of your stature. The general's attention is grasped at this point, and each of them pulls a small percentage of stats from their pool of trillions of links to enhance their vision and turn their heads to the moons in the sky. Massive black stone fortresses are built on each desolate moon. They give off the faint radiation of yellow divine energy. Alvaron immediately picks up on the strange synchronistic rise in strength that boosted all of their base stats by multiple world classes in an instant and is even more fascinated, as it knows this is just the tip of the iceberg of strange events it will get to study. Though, its emotionless silver suit of armor that speaks does not care to comment on this event and pulls out 8 teleport crystals in individual containment cases while taking a step forward. For you, a crystal for transport there, and a crystal back here once you're done. Everyone receives their transport methods, but Maria is still staring at the moon with entire region-sized facilities on them and speaks up. Will those really be enough for us to go all out? Alvaron laughs and lets the armor mimic it. I assure you, each of these chambers has handled thousands of first-class monsters' breakthroughs to true cores, and even deathmatches of beings at total saturation. They are quite unique chambers that only get stronger after every use. Go all out. I challenge you to break them if you can. A blue glow flickers in her eyes as she turns to the knight and smiles. All right, good. Challenge accepted then, back to work. We may have a 5-day head start, but there's no guarantee for any more extra time. I need every minute of focus I can get. She crushes the teleport crystal and is teleported inside the central chamber of the furthest moon from this base. A shimmering green sparkle makes the air quiver around Abby, as she's already taken too much of the available stats to be stable for long without disrupting the environment of this base. So she crushes her crystal next, turning to Raven. Updates every 5 days. See you soon. Raven nods but doesn't say a word. She just crushes her crystal and disappears too. Ari stays staring up at the demonic world with his senses pushing outward far enough to feel into the swirling dark clouds. His eyes widen even further once another exchange from the 2 kings rattles the world below. He turns to Luna by his side. Hey, even if you borrow all the stats available to you, I would steer clear from the kings. There's something off about them. They feel too cold. Focus on your own objective. Ares' mind mentally maps out the tens of thousands of other demonic beasts he saw while sending out his perception to this side of the world and grins when he senses a majority of them hold the concentrated essence he's looking for. And save some beasts for me. He crushes his crystal too and leaves for the nearest moon base. Alvaron's mind, within the silver suit of armor, pulls out another 8 containment cases and hands them out to the commanders left here. I predict you're all very clear on your mission? Retrieve as many artifacts from the ancient Wyvern civilization as you can, and they are all yours to keep, no strings attached, as long as I can have detailed holographic replicas to study. Everyone nods slowly, beginning to pull a small percent of stats themselves in order to prepare and calm their nerves. Alvaron catches this as their class rating rises in front of his eyes again but replies as if it never happened. I do recommend you follow the words of your friend. The kings of Kelphar aren't natives here. They are experiments gone wrong from an old army of demons. We do not know why they fight, but we do know that anyone who gets close enough to try and stop them has never come back. Even the native first-class demonic beasts of this world do not interfere, and they need armies of their own to be dealt with themselves. Alvaron is speaking the truth, as the slug remembers back to entire first-class worlds worth of forces attempting to tame and loot this world for its history many times in the past. The fact that it is still rich with demonic life and countless artifacts speaks for itself how those wars went. The knight speaks again as the planet continues to turn, and over the horizon, a familiar-looking black tower comes into the vision of everyone on this moon. It's rumored a noble demon ascended on this world, though I came into its possession long after it was drained of its mana. I don't know the full story. Again, you may leave whenever you are satisfied. Please do not dive to your deaths meaninglessly. Even a single artifact extraction would be a success. Monk's mind races with questions at the sight of another throne, and he replies, I understand. We will be safe, and we will extract every artifact we can. His eyes stay glued to the black tower while crushing his crystal. Luna scans the landscape, knowing that she is here to be the lookout for this extraction operation. But she also looks for more compatible demonic beasts she can add to her buff. Once she pinpoints a few, she grins and crushes her crystal as well. Fisher and Lydia still look up at the world with their arms crossed and mouths open. After about 10 seconds of silence, Fisher speaks up. Well, we didn't rank up again and awaken our yellow cores for nothing. Let's see what we can do. Lydia nods. Agreed. The two of them look eager to get themselves killed. It'll be our job to keep them alive. They both crush their crystals to teleport down to Kelfur. The dome is silent again, with only Bree and the suit of armor left. Bree's senses aren't as refined as the generals and commanders, so she just takes in the incredible view of a demonic world and its moons as any other mortal human would. Her eyes are opened to the enormity of the universe even wider once again. Alvaron doesn't sense anything strange about this woman. She is a little bit stronger than average humans, but for some reason, this intrigues the slug creature even more. It admires her ability to grow her influence and authority through using her brain alone. A small square hatch in the center of the dome opens up, and the Silver Knight jumps in, disappearing from view. Though, a voice as clear as day, like the night is still right in front of her, resonates in her ears. You're going to be here for at least 3 more weeks, right? Might as well get comfortable. Bree nods slowly and walks over to the hatch. Then, she jumps in after the suit of armor, grasping a teleport crystal back to the human world in her hand as she has no idea where this leads. Once she hits the ground below this moon base, her grasp on the crystal loosens when she sees what is down here. Hundreds of holographic screens are visible on the back wall of a massive room. They range from wide-sweeping surveillance systems of each moon's entire surface to close-up details inside the fortresses. The generals beginning their cultivation can be seen in crystal-clear clarity. The commanders down on Kelfur, readying themselves in an underground stronghold, are visible there as well. She can zoom in and out, and there are telepathy options to contact anyone within certain zones of this infrastructure. There are doors that line this room, with amenities that Alvaron has studied from the human forums in the worldwide connectivity system and tried to replicate. They range from bedrooms, fully stocked fridges and bars, libraries, swimming pools, and even a green room full of plants similar to those on most human worlds. In front of her, on the ground in the middle of the main surveillance room, is an additional welcoming present of 3 containment cases full of red, orange, and yellow divine fragments. Beside these are additional unique potions and instructions on how to safely break through and consolidate her own divine core. Chapter 751. Ava looks into her system, and just seconds after sending her report of the realm wave to the lower realm, a series of pings hit her consciousness from Raven over the next minute. Day 9 update. Raven. Message received. We have made it to Kelfur, a world where this additional time will be put to good use. Day 10 update. Raven. We've been stationed in private cultivation settings. I can feel the potential in these chambers is far greater here than on the human world. I will be focusing on saturating my core. I will hand the daily communications off to our organizer. Day 11 update. Brianna. Hologram attached. Generals. Day 12 update. Brianna. Hologram attached. Prospecting footage. Day 13 update. Brianna. Hologram attached. More prospecting footage. Ava's eyes open as all of the visuals sent from the lower realm play simultaneously, and she conceptualizes what is happening. Raven's communication line goes cold, but another human that Ava recognizes from the meeting she briefly attended takes over the updates and sends visuals of the 4 moons the generals cultivate on. Even a peek down into the swirling dark clouds of the demonic world. Days ago, before the footage of the exploration and cultivation progress was pinged up to the upper realm. The 4 commanders are sent down to the prospecting base, and each given a small yellow diamond-shaped artifact to add to their status. It was created by Alvaron many millennia ago. Once equipped, the gem floats in front of their chests and creates a thin layer of mana and thin yellow divine threads around the users. While it is nowhere near strong enough to fend off actual attacks, it is dense enough to push away the massive planet's demonic energy density. However, the increased gravity is impossible to avoid. Pure oxygen is released from the gems in intervals. There is a semi-stable atmosphere on this world, similar to the human worlds, but storms of abnormal demonic clouds shift its chemical contents, pulling up elements from the planet's crust, and often they are not breathable for humans. The artifacts grant surveillance access to Bree and Alvaron simultaneously, so live monitoring of the events within the dense black and purple clouds can be recorded and observed from 4 different points of view. Fisher and Lydia walk in front and behind Monk and Luna. Luna activates a smaller, more focused version of her ranked-up buff, using her perception to scan the terrain in their general vicinity rather than putting a beacon in the sky for all the demonic beasts in their surroundings to see. Monk does a similar thing, sending pulses of chi through the rocks to get mental scans of what the environment looks like despite being completely covered in thick black clouds of demonic energy. The base they've been teleported into seems to be deep within a ravine of what must have been a thriving mountain range in the past. There are massive mountains and canyons that look to have been carved out by rivers long ago, but all signs of greenery or normal life have long since disappeared. The rivers are now completely dry. Upon first scan, no artifacts can be found within this ravine, but Monk just looks upward and speaks to the group. Our briefing stated most of the artifacts around this base have already been found by search parties in the past. We'll have to go much deeper into this world. My guess is the closer to that throne we get, the more artifacts we'll find. Luna looks quite concerned at the amount of effort each footstep up a poorly managed pathway out of the ravine takes, but begins pulling small amounts of stats to aid her physical movements, and soon it feels as though she's just walking on the human world like normal again. Fisher, up front, nods and keeps a slow pace while his aura of perception bursts out hundreds of kilometers. Far past this mountain range the base is built in, further than everyone else. There are some nasty monsters out there. I can already see a few stronger than even those demons we fought off around our throne. He turns back to look at Luna. And that's not even mentioning the kings. Ari was right. We're avoiding them at all costs. Lydia's senses push out in the opposite direction, behind them, and she speaks up while they continue to climb the cliff. This narrative has been purloined without the author's approval. Report any appearances on Amazon. Yeah. Don't get overexcited. We have weeks to explore. Slow and steady so we don't run into trouble we can't handle. With these words of warning, the group climbs out of the ravine and begins trekking through the mountain range. While everyone's vision is dark and the gravity is tens of times stronger than on the human world, these 4 are still some of the strongest humans alive. It only takes a day to make it out of the mountain range, which has mostly been explored already by other races in the past. A few times per hour, the ground shakes and the atmosphere wavers with dense yellow threads as, somewhere on this world, the kings clash again. However, the only trouble they run into in these parts are a few demonic wolves. They are far stronger than the weak imitations found in the abyss that was created around the human world's throne, but the water and ice-wielding commanders easily take care of them before they get anywhere close to Monk or Luna in the center of their formation. Beyond the mountain base lies a far more flat wasteland that appears to have been a desert in the past, stretching outward for a few thousand kilometers. Upon stepping foot into it, enormous demonic sandworms and high orcs in dark black armor attack the group as if they're mindlessly protecting the land. Lydia finds a pathway they can take around the backside of the mountain range to avoid trouble, but Monk points forward after a pulse of his chi detects something. No, we can't. They're protecting this desert for a reason. I sense an artifact deep in the sand. Luna summons her many purple and white eyes in the sky and blinks, sending a pulse of energy much further than Monk's senses can go, then nods. There are a few, not many, but they seem to be more abundant the further into this region we travel. I think you're right. More artifacts will be found the closer to the tower we get. At these words, a massive demonic sandworm erupts from the ground, but Fisher was already watching it closely. He erupts with an aura of intimidation and uses his second ranked-up buff, summoning a shimmering blue water serpent manifestation while he swings his sword downward. The worm's entire body is sliced in two the long way as it's frozen in fear, and its yellow divine core is shattered. It isn't even able to get a full screech out before its two halves fall to the sides of the prospecting party, and Fisher points forward. Come on, let's go. The following 4 days are slightly more eventful than the first. Ava watches visuals of this blue swordsman slicing through demonic worms and a shimmering white icy woman freezing demonic orcs and wolves that attempt to ambush the group from behind. They travel thousands of kilometers into what used to be a desert, and Monk digs up 7 individual artifacts. 5 of them just look like lumps of black rock, but 2 of them have strange symbols and etchings on them that Ava cannot read or understand. The hundreds of soul weapons and armor dropped by the demonic forces on the way through the desert are arguably more valuable, but both Monk and Luna are far more interested in the illegible texts. Ava, however, recognizes a visual sent to her on the final day of messages. The group of 4 finally comes across a terrain change, as a massive skeleton of a defeated monster from long ago lies in the center of this desert region. The Goblin Queen can't help but squint as she looks down at the holograms sent. Merely vague divine energy manifestations of what they see in the darkness of the demonic energy. But it's quite obvious what she sees. Is that a wyvern? This is what Ava whispers while sending a message of her own back to Bree. Minute 2. Ava. Daily reports received. The second realm wave has not hit yet. Time is still unstable. Please continue to send progress reports. As soon as this is sent, 5 more messages come back within the next minute. Day 14 update. Brianna. Hologram attached. Prospecting footage. Day 15 update. Brianna. Hologram attached. Ari consolidated his orange core. Progress is good. Day 16 update. Brianna. Hologram attached. I consolidated my red core. Day 17 update. Brianna. Hologram attached. Bastour. Day 18 update. Brianna. Hologram attached. Prospecting footage. From the titles alone, Ava sees that Ari has already managed to break through to his orange core and wonders what kind of facilities they're using, as the visuals Bree is sending of the generals cultivating are short. Only small snippets of them sitting within rooms with glowing yellow walls that circulate all of the divine threads they expel back toward them are shared. Far more footage of the underground base that Bree is living in is sent to her than anything of use. Ava can't help but crack a smile as this human films herself one-handed, walking through all of the luxury facilities she has available to her, ending the recording with a large meal on a floating platter in a hot tub as a celebration for consolidating her red core. Though, the next ping with footage from the demonic world is far more interesting than the past updates. Upon discovering the enormous, multiple-kilometer-long skeleton of a wyvern in the middle of the desert, Monk points below it and yells out, "Tons of them! At least 50. I feel tons of originator artifacts under there." At the same time, both Fisher and Lydia feel a shiver ripple through them. Not only have they been slowly trekking closer to the current battlegrounds of the Kings of Kelfer, but on the other side of the skeleton, both of them feel a horde of about a dozen first-class monsters. Their knowledge of world classes is low, but whatever is on the other side of the skeleton, it's clear they are much stronger than the sandworms and high orcs they've been killing with ease. All of them have fully compressed true cores, and they feel as though they are saturated to their limits. Fisher places a finger to his lips and turns to Monk. "We have company. If you want to go digging through the ground below this corpse, let us clear out the area first." A blue glow shimmers around Fisher, and the yellow threads tethering him to reality begin to bend and crack the ground as he takes footsteps to the left, beginning to circle around the wyvern near its skull. Lydia walks forward, then does the same thing, shimmering with bright white eyes and a cold glare while walking to their right side, circling around the wyvern's tail and whispering to herself, "Finally, I'll get to try out my new domain on some strong monsters." Up on one of the moons circling the planet, Raven opens one eye as her cultivation is disturbed. She is interested to see if Ava has sent another emergency message. However, it is not what she expected. It is a message to request access to more of the 4% allotted borrowed stats she has control over as a general. Raven grins, presses to accept prompts, and closes her one open eye to continue gathering threads to push herself closer to full saturation. Both Fisher and Lydia borrow a full 1% each to prepare for a battle down on Kelfer. Chapter 752. Loud thuds echo through the air as Monk and Luna stand back behind the wyvern's skeleton. For some reason, the black bones left behind emit a cold aura, and even with a concentrated version of Luna's perception buff, none of her mana or chi-infused senses can see past the entire corpse. However, Monk examines the sight before him with a pondering gaze, as if he's trying to solve a puzzle. A blue glowing man and a frosty white woman circle around the black skeleton, carving out deep cracks in the ground with their every footstep as their auras rise with intensity. They, too, feel the strange cold aura from the wyvern's bones, but it is unaffected by the two commanders' overwhelming power. All of the ground around them shakes and quivers, but the land beneath the wyvern's bones is unaffected. The rhythmic thuds that can be felt are coming from the horde of monsters on the other side of the massive skeleton. Fisher is the first to get a good look at the enemies. His eyes are sharp, and his grip on his blade is tight, prepared to go all out, but he just watches with curiosity. An enormous demonic cyclops, tens of meters tall, roars with rage. Purple light bursts from its eye as a red aura surrounds its body, and it swings its club against the rib cage of the wyvern over and over again. Its greater form makes it stand over 200 meters in height, and its true core burns so bright in its chest that a powerful aura, even stronger than the first-class demon he saw Raven battling in the war, pours outward. Every impact against the wyvern's black bones sends more shockwaves carrying its intense aura outward. Yet it is perfectly repelled, not leaving a single scratch or crack on the ancient skeleton. Fisher's eyes widen as he looks closer and watches as more monsters from the horde slam their swords, hammers, and clubs, activating their greater forms to grow hundreds of meters tall to mindlessly attack this grave that has lain here for millennia. The sight of enormous high orcs, ogres, cyclopes, lizard men, and berserker giants, all infected to their very cores with dense demonic energy, is both a shocking and awe-inspiring sight. Every one of them, with fully saturated true cores, helplessly falls to their beast-like instincts, forced to slam the side of the skeleton to try and reach the treasure beneath it. Though Fisher's attention is pulled elsewhere once he sees Lydia's bright white figure appear on the other side of the horde. Her voice echoes in his inner ear through their link. "Come on. Let's put these mindless beasts out of their misery." The ground beneath Lydia's feet spreads out with a cold white light. Her eyes and sword, pointing straight forward, glow the same color. "White Tiger's frozen domain," she whispers under her breath, and the white ice seeping out of her body expands at a rate hundreds of times faster. Fisher grins, and his eyes glow bright blue as he activates his third ranked-up buff as well. The swordsman's blade vibrates with blue light, and he takes a step forward while swinging his blade twice, creating a blue X in front of him. An absurd amount of natural intimidation radiates off the swordsman's body as he steps back, and the X still floats in the air. His blade glows with brighter and brighter blue light, and both the white and blue auras that come out of these commanders become suffocating to all of the demonic beasts below first class in the desert for over 1,000 kilometers in every direction. Upon activation, the 12 saturated true cores stop their mindless attacks, as they feel auras approaching that actually stack up against their own. Half turn toward the growing ice domain, and half stare straight at the source of the intimidation in the form of a tiny glowing blue X near the wyvern's skull. Echoing roars distort the demonic clouds all throughout the desert as the group of demonic beasts shakes the ground, leaving trails of yellow and black aura behind them while locked on their new enemies. While the distance between them is not far, less than a full kilometer to each of their destinations, the art of surprise is not on their side. This text was taken from Royal Road. Help the author by reading the original version there. Fisher thrusts his blue sword into the center of the X formation once it has hit its maximum luminosity, and Lydia's bright white ice has traveled far enough outward to be beneath the 6 beasts' feet that charge her way. 1,000 bright blue serpents explode outward from Fisher's strike, and they all feel as though they carry the aura and intensity of a single full-powered blow of that bright thrust he threw into his formation. At the same time, Lydia's icy aura stops spreading and instead shoots upward at the edges, curving back toward its wielder to create a dome. Around the swordswoman, the illusion of a massive white tiger stalking its prey begins to materialize, and 6 versions of this tiger jump forward at the beasts whose feet have been frozen to the ground. At the same time that the white and blue auras collide near the center of the wyvern skeleton, the full-powered attacks of Lydia and Fisher hit their targets as well. 1,000 blue water serpents leave trails of mana reinforced by 1% of all the stats of trillions of links of loyalty. Each of them bends gravity around them and collides, covering each of the demonic beast's greater forms with ease, not leaving a single meter untouched. The swordsman grins as deep holes pierce through the flesh of all these monsters, each serpent representing a full-powered sword strike equivalent to his second ranked-up buff. In fractions of a second, they're all pierced through hundreds of times each. Each one of their fully saturated divine cores is targeted with dozens of serpents each. While the yellow divine threads tethering these serpents together are nowhere near enough to even leave a scratch on these beasts, the overwhelming pure mana density being channeled into each attack is thousands of times greater than the demonic energy being wielded by these monsters. Each serpent digs into the true cores in their chests, fracturing them more and more with every puncture. If it was just 1 or 2 attacks, they could have survived. But by pure quantity and the unyielding ruthlessness of Fisher's technique, these beasts stand no chance. Their cores are shattered before they can take another step. At the same moment, the 6 illusions of white tigers collide with the demonic beasts trapped in Lydia's domain. Instead of being purely attack-based, these white tigers are burned into the monster's psyches, and all they can see are the cold eyes of the tigers as more and more bright, glowing white ice travels up from their feet, freezing their legs, and eventually their torsos. There is resistance, but the rage-filled beasts can only see the eyes of Lydia's white tiger, as her mana control and pure stat-based strength overwhelm them far beyond anything these demonic creatures have ever faced. When the white frost covers their arms, soul weapons, and heads, the only things visible left behind are the 6 bright yellow true cores burning in their chests. Many of the white ice statues crack and splinter around the areas where the true cores burn, and Lydia is unable to move from her position until the domain is fully manifested. She breathes deeply while the dome above her head finishes forming and counts the milliseconds of silence, biding her time before she can strike. More and more fractures become visible around a cyclops that towers above the rest, while 2 high orcs have already succumbed to the cold, and their true cores are starting to dim. The anger, rage, and immense power can be felt from the strongest cyclops as red and black aura leaks out from the cracks in its chest. But Lydia does not flinch, holding her sword forward and feeling the hole in the ceiling close completely. A light clink echoes through the dome once it does, and no external demonic energy can seep in any longer. The temperature drops rapidly for a second time, and even the cracks in the massive cyclops begin to seal up, blocking its mutated aura from seeping out. Lydia jumps upward, and flashes of white light bouncing around the inside of the dome are all that can be seen, as she is the only thing that can move within this frozen domain. Not even a roar can be heard, only the sound of frozen statues breaking like glass, and 6 weakened true cores exploding. To not be completely caught up in the blast, Lydia jumps upward once her job is done and deactivates her domain, starting at the top of the dome. As she jumps upward and out, the entire white dome shatters and explodes from the pressure of 6 fully saturated true cores breaking. On the other side of the wyvern's corpse, the collision of 2 auras white and blue can be seen, with bright yellow light streaking through them. Massive amounts of the demonic ground are blown to bits, and mountain-sized debris flies into the air with the erupting energy waves. Though the strange radiation from the skeletal corpse holds it all back, acting as a blast shield. Monk and Luna just watch the light show with wide eyes as the entire desert shakes, and the flowing patterns of the demonic energy clouds in this region are altered. Even the 2 kings of Kelfur notice the blast over 20,000 kilometers away, though neither turns their heads for long. Once the highest intensity of the blast passes, they return to their battle unbothered. The flashing lights dim, and two figures walk out from opposite sides of the wyvern skeleton, powering down by releasing their borrowed stats back to Raven. However, their bodies still glow blue and white, giving off formidable auras as they return to the group. Lydia nods slowly, sheathing her sword, then looks over her shoulder. They were pretty tough. I actually got to go all out. Not bad. Fisher swings his blade over his shoulder and grins, turning to Lydia. Yeah, as I said, those were some nasty creatures. They're under some kind of mind control too. One of them took over 40 of my full force hits directly to its core. I wonder how tough they'd be if they were all there in the head. He looks back to Monk, who is now sweating profusely, but he replies, "Let's try not to find out." Then he walks forward past the two sword wielders to make his way toward the unaffected wyvern corpse. He pulls out a small black bar of originator stone from the human world out from a small silver box. I've seen a barrier around an artifact like this before, but never with such intensity. In the next few seconds, Monk walks right through the gap between two of the wyvern's black rib bones. Luna's eyes widen at the sight, and both Fisher and Lydia's expressions change to confusion as well. They turn around to watch the human in orange robes calmly achieve what these demonic beasts couldn't with all their power. Chapter 753. Fisher tries to follow after Monk, but every footstep closer to the black bones he takes, the colder his body gets. It is not like the icy cold aura that envelopes Lydia. Her ice actually feels full of energy, as Fisher can sense the mana creating it. This aura that seeps into his mind and body as he takes another step feels like the absence of energy itself. Even the demonic energy swirling around this world does not flow into the skeletal structure of this dead monster. The imagery of the demonic beasts he just killed, slamming their soul weapons against the rib cage of this creature and their full-force strike being deflected back, repeats over and over as he tries to step even closer. However, the water-wielding swordsman stops, as his mind feels as though it's becoming dull, and his grasp on the system slightly wavers. The dominance of whatever creature once lived and left these bones behind lingers, and he takes a step backward out of respect, wondering how strong it must have been when it was alive to make him feel inferior even in the presence of its corpse. Both Luna and Lydia feel a very similar emotion, as they have stopped their steps a few meters behind Fisher when their minds and systems dulled. The three of them cannot even see where Monk has gone, as their senses cannot pierce the vibrating barrier. Luna summons her buff to create 13 massive eyes in the sky above the skeleton. After a blast like that, any additional aura put out into the world will be negligible. Her range at full power easily spans the entire desert, and she whispers under her breath for Fisher and Lydia to hear. "You may have cleared the area out here, but that put an even bigger target on our heads. I sense hundreds, no thousands of them." Luna sees countless enormous sandworms erupting from the desert, and every stray wolf and orc turns their heads to the center of this flat terrain. Not only are third- and second-class beasts attracted to the shockwave, but many first-class monsters of a similar stature to the ones killed just now feel the powerful exchange. But no, this is not the work of the kings. To the eroding brains of demonic energy-infected monsters, where there are fights, there must be rewards worth fighting over. From all of the surrounding regions, their strongest warriors begin wandering this way. While for some, it may take a few days to arrive, others can get here in a matter of hours or minutes. Though, with thousands of beasts attracted to a single point in the desert, many more fights are sure to break out along the way. Luna's many eyes widen as she watches all-out war break loose, and the main forces slowly drift toward them in the center of the desert. Fisher and Lydia turn, and their auras begin to glow brightly again. The icy swordswoman pulls her blade from her sheath, and the water wielder's weapon glows blue. "Looks like we have more work to do." "Indeed. We'll hold them off until Monk is done inside." This is exactly what they do. Ava watches a sped-up holographic feed from Fisher, Lydia, and Luna as this massive battle in the desert rages on for days. No feedback is shown from Monk, but Ava's mind is racing with questions. The skeleton looks exactly the same as Seraphel's body structure. The only difference is that this ancient corpse is multiple times larger. Ava speeds through the holograms as she watches the ice and water sword wielders take out thousands of demonic beasts. The woman keeps a cool head and uses that dome-like ability 3 more times when she runs into more strong true cores. However, the water wielder seems to be a bit more unhinged. He continuously uses his ranked-up buff that he calls the Thousand Serpent Strike and obliterates countless armies of demonic monsters that emerge from the regions surrounding this massive desert land. Visuals of Monk walking out from under the Wyvern's corpse come back in the last hologram message, followed by the group of 4 deciding to trek further into the demonic world, closer to the tower far away. On their way through the rest of the desert, hardly any demonic beasts attack, as all of the strong monsters in this portion of the world have been killed off by the Yellow Cord commanders. Their soul weapons and armor are brought along as they continue their journey, even though most are frozen, shattered, or badly damaged. Minute 3. Ava. Daily updates received. Incredible progress on prospecting. If you have extra time, those wyvern bones. I'm sure Jay would be very interested in a sample. And nice base tour. Like clockwork, the moment Ava sends this response back, Bree's messages reply in rapid succession. Enjoying the story? Show your support by reading it on the official site. Day 19 update. Brianna. Additional requested footage from Day 17. Hologram attached. Day 20 update. Brianna. Hologram attached prospecting footage. New region. Day 21 update. Brianna. Ari consolidated his yellow core today. Additional general's cultivation progress. Hologram attached. Day 22 update. Brianna. Hologram attached, nothing additional to report. Day 23 update. Brianna. Hologram attached, nothing additional to report. The first message back is an old visual of the day Monk walked out from underneath the wyvern. His eyes look as though he's seen something spectacular, yet frightening at the same time. Though his next actions are even more strange. The orange-robed man lets go of the small slab of originator stone, and his holographic feed reconnects to the system, as whatever the strange artifact he was using suppressed it completely. He turns around and uses the item storage skill borrowed from the Rising Emperor and even pulls a large amount of borrowed stats to increase its size to kilometers wide, attempting to let the skeleton drop inside. However, the black bones do not move, and the portions of the white portal that get close to the old bones disappear. He cannot drop the skeleton into his storage. Monk doesn't try for long, as if he expected this, and nods. Interesting. Well, I've gathered everything I can from the tomb. We will analyze them further when my master and the saint can translate everything. My knowledge only goes so far. More footage picks up days later as the 4 of them trek past the desert and into a new region full of far deeper caves and mountains with fossilized black trees. They look like they've been soaked with demonic energy and preserved for millennia. Many of the stronger beasts from this region left to attack earlier after the commotion Fisher and Lydia created. But there are still large populations of second-class demonic spiders covering this land. Monk and Luna send out many perception waves, but it appears as though there are no more artifacts left behind here. Monk is not particularly talkative in the days that follow either, as his mind seems to be consumed by a puzzle that has stumped him. Though they do have a vantage point of a massive black tree that peeks out of the demonic atmosphere itself, about 4,000 kilometers away. Luna's last pulse of perception found that large amounts of chi are present there, and that most likely means more artifacts. It is located on the direct path toward the throne, so they are making good time. Though, the kings of Kelfer are not too far either, and their dueling path has become quite chaotic. As most of the footage in these 5 days is just of the group trekking through the old petrified forest, Ava schemes through it and sends a message back. Minute 4. Ava. Message received. No change to the time distortion yet, though her eyes widen as the new messages she gets back are far more filled with action. Day 23 update. Brianna. Hologram attached. I consolidated my orange core. Day 24 update. Brianna. Hologram attached. General's cultivation updates. Raven claims she is halfway to saturation. Plus a few observations. Day 25 update. Brianna. Hologram attached. Nothing additional to report. Day 26 Update. Brianna. Hologram attached prospecting trouble. Day 27 Update. Brianna. Hologram attached, unexpected update. Sped up footage of the generals cultivating is shown, all 4 of them now only using yellow fragments. Raven's progress looks the most impressive, but in reality, she's done the majority of the work years ago back on the human world. For her, this is all on autopilot, taking advantage of this superior technology and using the potions and stabilization systems built into her setup. Ares' progress to a yellow core already is quite fast too, but he started far behind the others. Both Maria and Abby have weeks of concentrated, uninterrupted yellow fragment absorption ahead of him. Though, for some reason, it appears Abby's core is much larger and closer to the true core collapse point. In every other cultivation timeline in the past, Maria's natural talent was superior. However, for some reason, the holographic footage coming back is partially corrupted every time it zooms in too far. Though, from the pure divine energy radiation readings, on the surface it appears her absorption process is consistent but slow. Bree has left a few notes behind about these peculiar readings and believes maybe it has something to do with Abby's new physique, but none of the data coming her way is perfect, so there's no definitive answer as to why the speeds are different than expected just yet. Though Ava knows little of these generals' pasts and only has seconds to read each report, she schemes by these words and opens up the more demanding news. The prospecting party has run into trouble. Visuals of the team making it through the entire petrified forest come through crystal clear. Ava even takes her time to watch an epic battle where Fisher handles 8 first-class saturated true cord spiders, at once using his newly ranked-up buff at the base of the massive tree they set out to find. At the same time, Lydia takes on an absurdly strong spider queen at the top of the tree that has been watching them approach for days. It takes her full focus and the full power of her domain to subdue this monster. It is far stronger than the Cyclops she faced in the desert. Even once the dome of white ice is shut, some of the spider's legs still twitch and send tendrils of black thread toward her. The white swordswoman has to send dozens of psychological attacks into the spider's many eyes before it gives up. Lydia's limbs are hit by the dying spider's black demonic strings, and when she's hit, her arms and legs become petrified just like the spider she is freezing solid. The bright white eyes of the tiger manifestation battle against the arachnid's mind, and both of their limbs shatter before each other. However, Lydia's grow back, as she has a mythic-grade version of self-regeneration, while the demonic spider loses its mobility and crashes to the domain's floor. An explosion of white and yellow light erupts from the tree, showering down on it like snow, just seconds after Fisher has eradicated its underlings. In the same moment, the massive tree, rising over 30 kilometers high above the planet's surface, crumbles too, as its creator ceases to exist. Many of the other trees in this forest shatter and fall to the planet's ground like sand. Beneath the center of where the largest tree once stood, another strange sight can be seen that shocks the senses. Monk's eyes widen the most, as another burial of sorts is left behind. Though it is not as awe-inspiring as the wyvern, nor does it give off the cold, unexplainable aura. Beneath this tree, over 100 originator artifacts sit in an unorganized pile, like the spiders were hoarding them and had no true use for them at all. Just like the other demonic beasts in this strange world, their minds are programmed to do illogical things. The orange-robed man immediately begins examining the loot and dropping them one by one into his item storage. Some are just like the ones found in the desert, massive black rocks that a normal hunter wouldn't think were special unless sending a pulse of chi through them. However, a far higher number of these artifacts look like they have been kept in better condition. Massive walls of text can be seen on some, and even etchings that look like lizards and birds. Ava knows this isn't the point of the hologram she's scrolling through, as it's titled, Prospecting Trouble. With not much time before she has to send an update back herself, she schemes through it faster and is disturbed by the result of what she sees, considering the amount of power witnessed in Fisher and Lydia's prior battles. The team of 4 is about to venture out even further into the world, but the blue-haired swordsman who leads the party stops them with a yell before they move any further. Get back.
No, retreat.
Stray arrow. is all that Ava hears from Fisher's hologram before it flashes with a blinding yellow and white light, then becomes corrupted, forcefully shutting off in a similar fashion to Monk's when he entered the Wyvern's tomb. Chapter 754. The battle path of the two kings is always shifting, and as the four travelers on this demonic world make their way closer to the throne, their odds of running into the crossfire of these two forces of nature exponentially increases. After being momentarily distracted by the energy output of Lydia's last use of her domain a few exchanges ago, the king became a bit irritated and decided to get rid of the disturbance. One of the long-range arrows was deflected by the sword-wielding king from roughly 12,000 kilometers away. While this ricochet is nowhere near the force of a full-powered targeted attack from one of the kings, it is still extremely strong. The entire sky and area of demonic energy around that deflected energy wave come rocketing toward the group, and only Fisher notices it in time as his aura is spread the furthest. He attempts to hold it off by summoning his ranked-up buff that could have easily killed first-class demonic beasts, but the second they hit this massive arrow of yellow light, all 1,000 of the full-powered sword strikes are shattered, and their auras completely negated and devoured. As Fisher's words of warning come from his lips, and the rest of the group hears them, a deadly cold ripple of nauseating energy flows through them. Monk wastes no time and crushes his teleport crystal back to the moon base to leave, as out of everyone here, he knows the danger of this feeling best. Luna follows, as she attempts to activate her perception buff to see what is happening, but only Chi is stimulated. Her grasp on manipulating mana begins to drastically decrease. So, she leaves for the moon base before it's too late. Fisher looks back to make eye contact with Lydia, and they too crush their crystals as they realize their situation. All of the holographic feeds Ava watches of this event crackle with static, and she can't even get a proper visual of what really happened. But she does know whatever it was must have truly been strong if even those two ran. The final holographic update is back on the moon. The whole team has made it out unscathed. While Lydia mentally beats herself up for creating such a massive shockwave, attracting the king's attention, Fisher continuously claims it's not only her fault. He released many blasts of intimidation too. In the back of his mind as they were trekking through Kelfur, he believed that if they accidentally ran into the two kings, that they could handle them if necessary. Now, he's glad they found out this way instead of facing them head-on. He replays the overwhelming power his senses were just exposed to and tries to make sense of it for hours. It was something greater than just mana and divine energy. Just like the Wyvern's bones, those kings feel as though they're superior lifeforms. Meanwhile, Ava watches recordings of Monk proudly lining up over 200 individual artifacts in a private room where Bree allows them to stay in the moon base for a few hours. He walks up and down the aisles of black rocks, creating in-depth holograms to send to Alvaron, and the slug's silver suit of armor walks the aisles with him to get his thoughts on the findings. Monk mutters a few words. This language is far different from the originator text back on my world. Well, most of it. He stops at the end of one of the aisles, in front of an enormous cylinder-shaped rock full of illegible writing. Well, except this one. I found it beneath the Wyvern's bones. While there were many other treasures beneath it, I'm certain this is what it was protecting. It writes in the same language as a subset of texts back on the human world. My translations are rough, but I can make out the words of an eternal war, something about nobility, and lastly, the most recent etchings here are about a soldier. I believe this is pronounced Theo. Monk squints at a symbol that has been carved deeply into the black stone and speaks aloud a name that sends shivers down Ava's spine as she hears it. Serafel? Yeah, Serafel. They call him their last hope. Maybe that was the name of the member of their race that challenged the throne on this world. Or ascended before. Or after. Maybe he's from another world. Or their religion's name for a god. I'm not sure. I need more context to paint the full picture. Monk continues walking down the aisles and looks up at the night that follows him. Though I do know you were definitely right about one thing. The artifacts on my world are far older than these. This language must be some kind of common tongue. Maybe something nobility shares in the upper realm? This is the first time I'm seeing anything about nobles. None of the human texts ever use that word. Love this novel? Read it on Royal Road to ensure the author gets credit. He scratches his bald head and continues thinking and muttering to himself. Ava's eyes are wide as more footage speeds by of the group receiving new teleport crystals and preparing to return down to the demonic world with more safety precautions this time. As she prepares to send a message back, the final bit of footage Bree sends is a live feed from inside Abby's cultivation chamber. Her yellow core is so massive that it looks like it has grown outside of her body. It shouldn't be possible, but both her body and core appear to be unaffected, as if a yellow core bigger than her entire torso is normal. For the last few days inside this chamber, almost 100% of the ambient divine energy dispelled by fragments has continuously compacted into Abby's core, and Ava can't keep her eyes off her system while she watches a true core collapse begin with such strange variables. Green sparkling light covers Abby's body, and upon close inspection, the recording feeds sending visuals of this room can see right through her body. All of the physical matter and energy feedback data shows that Abby is in a completely natural state, and that her core is still inside her chest. But that is certainly not reality. The same glistening green energy holds her core intact, and bright white and yellow light fills the room, distorting the live feeds. All Ava sees is the green ethereal energy tighten, and the yellow threads in her core begin to compress. If Ava wasn't a green core herself, she would assume that the green energy creating this strange superposition was divine energy. But it certainly looks like something else, a unique mana and chi-based reaction that she can't exactly understand without being there. When the feed cuts off for the day's recording, Ava sends an update back. Minute 5, Ava. Message received. She's shocked by the strange true core compression but is equally consumed in thought about the fact that this Wyvern's planet is somehow linked to the Wyvern up here in the Citadel, not to mention the commander's close brush with death. While those down in the lower realm have days to think about her replies, Ava's psyche is being bombarded with days' worth of messages she must conceptualize in seconds. Day 24 update, Brianna. Hologram attached artifact data. Day 25 update, Brianna. Hologram attached second send-off. Day 26 update, Brianna. Hologram attached, Abby compressed her true core. Day 27 update, Brianna. Hologram attached, observations. Day 28 update, Brianna. Hologram attached new prospecting progress. High-definition images and exact replicated holograms of each and every artifact monk brought back are sent into Ava's system. They are in far better detail than any other past messages sent back, as if the actual black rocks are here in front of her. These are done with a device provided by Alvaron, as this is the data the slug has requested in exchange for the humans keeping the rocks themselves. Another visual of the commanders teleporting back down to the demonic world follows this, and they begin trekking off in the opposite direction of the main base than where they traveled before. They are a similar distance from the throne no matter which direction they move, as it is on the complete opposite pole of the world. The team has decided to look for more stray artifacts for now at a safe distance rather than attempting to get anywhere near the kings again. Even over 10,000 kilometers away, they could swat them away like flies. It's best to stay out of their business. The next footage Ava sees is the aftermath of Abby's true core compression. It took 3 full days, but now the external hologram footage matches what the live body and energy reading stats state. Whatever that glistening green form was is not active anymore, and there is a burning hot white and yellow true core glowing in the woman's chest. Small fractures line the training room's walls, and live videos of the entire moon-based fortress show 6 additional layers of the structure shaking and fracturing during her breakthrough climax. However, the base itself is meant to handle stress like this. There are a total of 52 high-grade barriers between Abby and the outside atmosphere on every side. The inner cultivation room she sits in may only be the size of a large mansion, but the base itself is bigger than the entire vice region. In between each barrier, there are high amounts of mana, divine energy, and shock-absorbing materials from many first-class worlds that get thicker and thicker. The final black wall surrounding the outside of the fortress is multiple kilometers thick. The outer 30 walls aren't even glowing with the slightest glint of yellow threads, as there isn't enough energy being used for the entire structure system to be deployed. Comments made by the Silver Knight after her display seem to give the impression that this was a very unique event, and it will have great data to study once Abby leaves. However, energy output-wise, Alvaron states that this was expected, and these structures have seen plenty of similar fractures like this over the millennia of past uses. It is just an aura shockwave after all. It's not like Abby is directly attacking the base to try and break it. In the following 2 days of footage attached, where Abby continues her progress saturating her true core, all of the circulating yellow divine threads tether with the fractures in the walls, and any signs of damage are now completely gone. Ava sends her message back to update that they are on the 6th minute and the time has not stabilized yet, and the process continues over and over. Another 15 days pass in the lower realm. Reports from day 29 all the way up to 43 come back in just a matter of minutes. Ava replies back again. Minute 9. Ava. Message received. Time distortion is still unstable. She's watched another 2 weeks of footage of the party of commanders covering a massive portion of the demonic globe that they have not yet explored. Thousands of soul weapons and demonic corpses are taken into their storage systems, and 2 more tombs of similar size to the spider's den are found as well. One exciting detail that comes back is Bree consolidating her yellow core on day 42. But other than that, there is nothing of great importance. Footage of the generals cultivating doesn't seem to change much. 2 work on saturating their true cores, while the other 2 work on gathering enough threads to trigger collapses. Another string of updates comes in day 44, 45, 46, and 47, all filled with more artifact discovery and standard footage from the bases. However, the final ping makes Ava raise an eyebrow, as she expected the other general to compress her core first. Day 48 update, Brianna. Hologram attached. Ares True Core Compression has begun. Chapter 755. Ares True Core Consolidation looks far more natural than the absurd footage Ava received of Abby's just minutes ago. For starters, the larger yellow orb of light that has hit its critical mass is, in fact, still inside his body. Though it appears he is using his second ranked-up buff, along with a large amount of his concentrated essence, also known as further refined demonic soul energy, to assist this core collapse. The 6 dark arms that manifest out from Ares' back. This is what he used to hold 3 bows back in the war around the throne and even the war over the Dark Continent in order to defeat one of the Lich King's minions. However, now he doesn't hold any weapons. His physical body sits on the brightly glowing yellow floor, eyes closed in the lotus position. The 6 palms of his demonic spirit arms all bend inward and phase through his body to wrap around the yellow core. They have been doing a similar thing for the last few days in order to hold the last excess threads in without the core destabilizing. However, now that it has, with a single inward push from all of the palms, this triggers a true core collapse. Wisps of light purple mist float off of his greater energy form, and the room begins to shake and fracture just like Abby's consolidation. Ava replies back with her minute 10 report and gets a barrage of messages back over the next 3 minutes with updates on days 49 to 63. She watches Ares' true core compression complete quite quickly, and only 5 of the 52 massive walls protecting him from the moon's atmosphere crack. They self-heal in the same way Abby's did. The following 2 weeks of footage just show the 3 true core generals working towards saturating their cores. It appears as though Abby's rate of saturation is far faster than Raven's. Raven is about 90% saturated, while Abby is already close to 80%. Even after just 15 days with a true core, Ares is over 40% saturated as well. A feat like this would normally take a human years, possibly decades, or even an entire lifetime, even if they had this much divine energy fragments to cultivate on their own. However, a combination of unique physiques and the advanced technology of a first-class world superpower that rules hundreds of strong worlds has given them the tools to make use of their talents. Of course, being able to pull 4% of the raw strength from trillions of links of loyalty certainly speeds up the healing and adaptation process significantly. However, even with all these benefits, there is still a slight discrepancy in speed because of natural talent. Raven has had many more years to build up a base, and while she is among the peak of talent within the human race, the 2 other true cores she's cultivating beside are monsters on another level entirely. At this rate, all 3 of them should hit full saturation in just a few more weeks. Ava sends her minute 13 report back in to show that there is still a disruption in the time between realms, and in return, day 64 through 68 footage comes back. It is more of the same. The prospecting party down on Kelphar has killed off almost 2/3 of the world's demonic beasts and collected all of the stray artifacts in dozens of regions around the home base. However, they've made sure not to cross the perimeter they did before, as the kings stay relatively close to the throne. Alvaron states that this isn't always the case, and they often move about. The commanders just haven't had a lucky day yet. Though, Monk's remarks on the daily update state that he believes every day so far has been lucky, as they've recovered over 400 more artifacts and thousands more demonic soul weapons. However, this isn't the footage Ava is focused on. Notes from Bree about the general's progression are what she uses this extra few minutes to wonder about. It's stated that in the past, she witnessed Maria break through to new divine cores faster than the rest. Her mana control is abnormally powerful, and even her natural mana base stat is over double that of normal outliers. If anyone, she should have been the first to consolidate her true core. However, all of the data being sent back to the moon base shows that the density of divine threads in her body is increasing as normal energy consolidation would predict. Large amounts of the divine energy that should be staying in her core are missing. Not missing as one would expect, where the energy would cycle out and be absorbed by the moon base, but missing as though the energy itself is disappearing. All of the attempts at zooming in or analyzing this strange phenomenon result in more corrupted footage and more missing divine energy. Alvaron holds the master files but has not shared them with Bree. However, the empty silver armor used to communicate with the yellow slug has only replied with a simple message. I wouldn't worry about that one. She is not behind. I believe it is quite the opposite. I've had to restock that base's divine energy stores 4 times already. None of the other generals even managed to run through one. No one knows what to do with this knowledge, nor do they want to send any unnecessary telepathy transmissions, as they might mess up a delicate process requiring concentration. So, everyone continues their tasks as usual and trusts that Maria knows what she is doing. If you encounter this tale on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. A minute 14 update is sent, and another 5 days go by, but the updates that come back are very eventful. Day 69 update, Brianna. Hologram attached Raven has reached full saturation. Day 70 update, Brianna. Hologram attached, prospecting complications. Day 71 update, Brianna. Hologram attached Abby has reached full saturation, kind of. Day 72 update, Brianna. Hologram attached prospectors return. Day 73 update, Brianna. Hologram attached a plan for conquering Kelphar. Just by the titles alone, before Ava can watch everything that comes back, her heart rate already begins to increase. The first is a live feed of Raven's true core growing to its saturation point. While divine threads can still flow in and out of it from the environment, negligible amounts of threads stay left behind, the majority flow through like water. Her hazel eyes open, and she stands up from the center of her cultivation room and smiles while pulling out her silver blades, activating her greater battle form, and pulling a full 4% of stats to release the most powerful gravity-bending aura she can. Over the next few seconds, she performs a few sword swings and movements as if she's testing out her new strength and the amount of will she's able to produce on the environment around her. Then, she nods and lets her swords fall back into her storage, releasing her buffs and overwhelming pressure. With a smile, she looks up at where the surveillance systems have been watching all this time and speaks aloud. Mission complete, and with plenty of time to spare, it seems. She takes a teleport crystal out from her storage and crushes it, leaving the moon base that uses the leftover ambient divine energy inside to self-repair the 18 layers of walls she's fractured. Visuals of Bree bringing Raven down into her bunker and the two of them watching the commanders down on the demonic world come in next. It consists of many hours tracking and waiting for the kings to migrate so they can prospect new areas of untouched demonic land closer and closer to the throne. However, at the pace they're making, it doesn't seem likely they will make it without confronting the problem head-on. Raven points to a hologram of the entire world that Bree has created and marked with red XS to show where artifacts have been dug up, and a glowing yellow portion on the globe's top consisting of about 30% of its surface area around the throne that is untouched land. I bet if I went down there and helped, we could make some more progress. Very blurry visuals of satellite footage from the moons show a massive humanoid monster wielding blades and another holding a bow and arrow. Their exact race is impossible to make out, and even the footage from over 2 months on the planet from the commanders doesn't have any close-up visuals of these beasts. Alvaron's telepathy comes through into both the women's inner ears. I would suggest you do not directly confront the kings. They're said to be the equivalent strength of noble demons. It's for this reason none of the lower races can stack up against them. Even if you'd like to just take a look for yourself from a distance, bringing along backup would be wise. 3 of the screens light up on the wall to their side, highlighting the generals. Alvaron's silver armor is not in the room with them, but truthfully, it is just an illusion the slug has created to make those around feel as though it is there with them. The creator of these facilities is able to see and manipulate any part of it all the same, as it is many solar systems away for its own convenience and protection. Just a little over a day later, Abby reaches a similar saturation point. However, instead of reaching the point where divine threads flow through her like a peaceful stream of water like Raven achieved, a shimmering green layer of her soul energy forms around her body. Just like when her true core was collapsing and it expanded to levels that shouldn't be physically possible, the same is happening now but with her entire body. All of the data readings coming back show that her body is in a normal state and has reached a saturation point, but the illusion of a second body is expanding around her as she continues to cultivate the excess yellow threads circulating around the room. Upon reaching this point, her full concentration is not necessary any longer, and the healer opens her eyes while sending a telepathy message to Bree. The moment they connect, she pairs her with Raven as well, and Abby's voice echoes through. I've reached the saturation point. Kind of. Raven replies while staring at the live feed, not making sense of the scene before her. What do you mean, kind of? The readings are all going haywire over here. What are you doing? Abby smirks. It's an after effect of my 3rd ranked up buff. I doubt any simple mana-based recordings can pick up on what's really happening here. Whatever you're seeing is a bland recreation of the truth. There's a silence between them for a moment, but Bree jumps in and sends visuals of the state of the planet down below and speaks up. So, does that mean you'd be able to help Raven control these kings? We still have a large amount of the planet left to discover. Abby scrolls through the feeds in her mind, and in the meantime, Bree continues to speak. I think I can create some powerful soul weapons with the artifacts found down on this world. Just like the Sword J uses. If you're all going to join him in the upper realm, you're going to need new gear. Don't you think? Still, there is no reply from Abby as she sifts through the visuals of the last 2 months, including the footage of her and the other generals cultivating inside the chambers. She whispers under her breath, Maria, what are you doing? Squinting and watching her cultivating footage but being left in the dark just like everyone else. Eventually, her attention is captivated by Monk walking into the wyvern skeleton and the fact that he couldn't collect its bones. She rewatches this recording over 10 times, then finally looks up and replies to Bree and Raven. Yeah, some new gear would be great. And, sure, I'll help confront the kings. I don't think I'll be in much danger, though I'd like to store up more potential energy first. Wake me up when Ari reaches saturation. Bree smiles and Raven nods. Great. Abby closes her eyes again, and the layer of energy around her body ripples and shimmers, while more of the ambient divine energy in the room adds to this strange anomaly. Ava watches day 72 and 73 footage fly by quickly as messages are sent down to the commanders, ordering them to return to the moonbase. A massive haul of new artifacts is brought to the storage rooms to be scanned and studied. Another massive room holds the soul weapons and armor from tens of thousands of demonic beasts. More imagery of Monk and the Silver Knight walking the aisles of the new artifacts is sent, while Bree begins studying more of the soul weapons brought back to create possible unique crafts for the generals. The other 3 commanders, on the other hand, are given permission by Alvaron and Bree to take the next few days off. After months of full-force battles, Fisher and Lydia are both extremely tired but also far more battle-hardened and satisfied with their growth. They just faced hundreds of the strongest first-class saturated true-cord beasts in the entire lower realm. So, They take advantage of all of Bree's luxury amenities to congratulate themselves on this achievement. Luna faces a challenge of her own. As, in one of their most recent excursions to a region closest to the throne, while the kings were veering off their natural hunting grounds, she came across a first-class demonic beholder. While it was not at full saturation, nor was it a true core, this creature was a very strong yellow core, and she convinced Fisher and Lydia to allow her to fight it alone. With 1% of borrowed stats, she was able to defeat this creature without wielding any divine energy herself, but it was not done in a normal sense. Luna battled this monster with her mind, and it took many long hours to make it submit and another 2 whole days to assimilate to her ranked-up buff. Even now, her body and mind are still unstable from this merge, as yellow divine threads and the concentrated essence of a first-class demonic beast are circulating around in her small human body that has not even consolidated a red core. Alvaron is especially intrigued by this and brings her to a private room even deeper within this base to help stabilize her and conduct research. The final messages Ava sees in these last 5 days of updates is of Bree, Raven, and Alvaron compiling a plan to strategically get past the kings to make it to the throne once Ari finishes his core saturation. The Goblin Queen stands atop a pile of billions of dead worlds in the exile zones, counting the days pass while sending back a minute 15 update, wondering how long this realm wave distortion will last. Chapter 756. Day 74 to 78 updates stream in as the commanders continue to rest. Bree slowly cultivates yellow threads to make progress toward her true core, but it does not look like she will achieve this anytime soon as she is occupied by managing everyone here and watching the trading markets and setting up deals and meetings with the other large volume traders within the Galactic Trade Commission. There seems to be little to no change in Abby's live feed, other than her illusion of her outer body sparkling more than usual. Ari appears to be about 85 to 90% saturated, while Maria's holograms all still look very similar to the same day she started cultivating. Despite this fact, Alvaron has restocked her chamber with a 5th load of fresh divine fragments, enough threads to fully saturate a first-class true core 10 times over. Minute 16. Ava. Still no new distortions. Continue as usual. Ava sends another report and begins to receive updates back as usual. However, no more than a few seconds pass before the sensation of her body being consumed by an overwhelming mirror-like bend in space washes through her. The second realm wave flows through the entirety of the green zone of the upper realm. When Ava's mind and body recalibrate and she looks down at the day 79, 80, and 81 messages in her system, she waits a full half-minute before convincing herself that the time between realms has actually stabilized. To confirm her suspicions, instead of sending a normal update back, she uses the new private spectate function and directly calls Bree. Their connection links instantly, and the two stare at each other in the empty black void that the system summons as a virtual calling space. Ava waits a few seconds but speaks up. The second wave just hit. Time between realms should be stable again. You've gained a 78-day head start, but know that Jay will be expecting you all soon. Bree shows a light smile, looking up at the Goblin Queen avatar that towers over her with a troubled expression. She's been quite stressed, processing months' worth of information over the last few minutes, then replies back in a nonchalant tone. Well, nice to actually meet you face to face too. No need to be so serious. Ava pauses again, still reliving the constant stream of updates in her mind, leaving her mouth open to reply for a few more seconds before smiling back. Right, yes. We still have plenty of time. Nice to formally meet you too. Ava lets out a sigh of relief, and the two speak to each other within the simulated room for many minutes as Ava adjusts to the fact that weeks aren't passing by in the lower realm anymore. Raven joins the call as she walks in from another room nearby, and news of the time distortion stabilizing spreads throughout the moon base very quickly after this fact. Raven, Bree, and Alvaron come to a consensus, adding both Abby and Ari to the live call. Raven is the one who gently disrupts the two generals' cultivation. Our extra time has run out. We are now synchronized with the upper realm again. Abby is the first to open her eyes and reply. Very well. I'm ready. Collecting more energy from these yellow fragments won't do me much more good anyway. She deactivates all her buffs and borrowed stats, and the second sparkling green body around her sinks back into her true form. Then, with the crush of a crystal, Abby returns to the main moon base. She creates a strong layer of soul energy and divine threads around her body to keep her aura contained. But to anyone with even a hint of divine sense, it's clear Abby has evolved beyond an average true core awakening. While no actual excess energy overwhelms the senses, something unnatural distorts the perspective of one looking at her as she walks through the base. It's as though she's shimmering and giving off warmth, but reality is hard to properly judge. It's like a mental illusion, impossible to tell if it's reality or not. Even through the holographic link, Ava is captivated by her manifestation through the system, as it is far more detailed than the simple hologram recordings sent to her over the last few months in her chamber. Ava's instincts trigger the urge to get closer to Abby in the same way they did back on her home world to find an inheritance tomb. However, she doesn't comment on it because Ari speaks up through the link next. Unauthorized reproduction. This story has been taken without approval. Report sightings. Understood. I shall finish my saturation now so we can head down to Kelfer as planned. His connection to the group call cuts out, but Bree links one of the live feeds to his cultivation room for Ava to view. At the rate he's been integrating divine energy these last few weeks, it should take him a few days to reach saturation at the earliest, but his words before cutting off the link sound very confident. A visual of the sitting cultivator activating his third ranked up buff is displayed through the live feed temporarily. The familiar 6 demonic spirit arms emerge from his back, glowing light purple. Then, as if stacking atop these arms, another set of 6 forms, and another 6 after that. Quickly, 18 arms turn to 36, then 72, and it becomes far too many to count as they continue to multiply. The palms of each glow while the arms connecting them to Ares' back expand in response to how much energy he inputs. The arms reach out in all directions, surrounding the room as if they're grasping the circulating divine threads and pulling them inward. But soon, the whole screen becomes covered in yellow and purple light, while the energy readings begin to drop in the room. This triggers more divine energy from the storage units to pour more threads into the room, and the cycle repeats over and over. Flashing lights and corrupted footage are all those on the call can see. Only Alvaron has access to the divine energy consumption data. Though, after Abby's unique breakthrough readings, not much surprises any of them. After a few minutes, the group's attention shifts to how they will tell Maria that the time between realms has equalized again. As it's been over 2.5 months in isolation, no one wants to just whisper in her ear and disrupt any important moments in a delicate process. However, Alvaron has a system already built into the cultivation pods for this exact scenario. Many visitors have used these bases to cultivate for years at a time. However, sometimes emergencies from the outside world occur. Alvaron's advanced surveillance and data tracking systems don't only measure fluctuations in mana, divine strength, chi, or demonic energy. They have very in-depth physical functions as well. Blood pressure, heart rate, and brainwaves are constantly recorded and monitored throughout this process. Raven records a message explaining the situation, and it is pinged off to the moon in an instant. However, the message waits to be sent to the target within the cultivation chamber until the ideal time. All fluctuations in brain activity are monitored, and when natural concentration wears down for even a millisecond, brief relaxing bell noises are sent into the cultivator's mind like a peaceful alarm clock. Once fully aware, the message can be played. The cultivator will know that the outside world is attempting to contact them, and from thousands of tests in the past, the brainwave reaction to the attempt to make contact will relay to the system that it can continue sending the message without harming the cultivator's mental state. If the focus is too deep, and the message is rejected, the process will repeat again after the next fluctuation in brain function. The Silver Knight nods once its explanation to the group has finished, and Raven's message enters the system. That's it, now we wait. Waiting is exactly what they do. Though, Ava continues on with her mission as usual. It has only been half an hour since this realm wave, and just over 3 days since the Rising Emperor gave out orders and a plan to all the generals and warlords before going into a closed-door training session with Seraphil. She exits the call and agrees to check in daily now that the time between realms has normalized. The Goblin Queen closes her eyes, pulls 4% of stats, and focuses on the warm feeling from her instincts and this new hint of an ether sense to farm more ether stones around the central peak. 7 hours pass, and a group message from Ari notifies the moon base that he has fully saturated his core. What should have taken days has been done in just hours with the use of his newest buff that corrupted the live feeds. When the archer sends his message, the live visuals of his cultivation room return to their natural state, and many cracks all over the walls can be seen now that the violent swirling energy has retracted back into his body. A total of 26 walls have fractured from his display, and it only merits a single comment from Alvaron's Silver Knight. Halfway through, not bad. From aura alone, I think that's the most damage I've ever seen. Then, with the crush of a teleport crystal, Ari appears back on the main moon base. Just like Abby, he has a new presence to him, though they are totally different. While Abby gives off a feeling of inviting warmth, Ari's eyes glow with a faint white and light purple aura. A faint demonic purple mist even hovers around his body, and the moment Raven and Abby make their way upstairs to the large dome on the moon's surface, they feel as though his gaze is locked on them even when he's looking in a completely opposite direction. It's like they're in a room with a demonic beast, eyeing its prey. Raven remembers that even before he started cultivating divine fragments or even borrowed stats from the Rising Emperor, he was able to kill orange core demons from the Vermilion family army. She tosses him 2 teleport crystals. That one's for going down, and that one's for coming back up. Raven's eyes point to each crystal as she says this. Then they return back to the purple aura around Ari. Now, with a saturated true core burning hot in his chest and trillions of links of loyalty ready to be used, it's impossible to make a proper guess as to what kind of power he can wield, or what that third ranked-up buff really does. He catches the crystals and nods. Then, the 3 of them stand in the center of the room while Bree and Alvaron go over the plan one last time. Raven is well aware of its intricacies, as she was in the room when it was created, but Abby seems quite uninterested, thinking about something else. Ari, on the other hand, holds a sharp gaze and listens to Bree's strict words of warning about the kings. However, his slight grin once they're given the go-ahead to crush their crystals and go down to the demonic world makes Bree believe he's not going to take them as seriously as she thought. These worries are confirmed when the first words that leave his lips once the 3 of them touch down in the mountainous ravine base are, "You're telling me it was an arrow that merely ricocheted in the commander's direction from over 10,000 kilometers away. That is what forced them to retreat after weeks of progress. Now, this is an archer that I have to meet." Chapter 757. Just hours after the realm wave stabilizes time between realms again, Randall and Syl return to the Ogre Conglomeration headquarters, carrying an entire long-term storage locker worth of ancient goods in their ether storage systems. A series of transmissions are sent to 3rd and 2nd class orcs, along with red ogres on Torvak's old payroll. Over the next few hours, the entirety of the storage locker's contents is delivered through fast travel orbs by carriers who have no idea the warlords are still alive. Many believe they are just delivering normal products to the top floor of the High Orc Tower, conducting business as usual to the remaining strong High Orcs in charge. A hatch on the top floor of the tower opens and closes for hours as Torvak brings all their work materials to Asik, who looks much better than he did 3 days ago. The High Orc stands up from his throne, which was covered in medical mana and ether tubes, and opens up one of the many crates from the fortress. Once opened, a bright white light shines out, illuminating his face in the dark tower. "I've waited all my life to craft something with this. It looks like the time has come." Down in the lower realm on Kelfer, the 3 true core generals attach small yellow monitoring crystals to their status so those up on the moonbase can see their actions. Bree's voice rings through their telepathy links in response to Ares' words. "Your main objective is to move their fight path away from the throne so prospecting can continue. If that means facing them, I advise you to isolate one and take advantage of all 3 of your abilities. Then again, I cannot properly gauge the extent of yours or the king's power." Raven replies through their link before anyone else. "We'll stick to the plan and stay a safe distance away. I'll make sure of it. But once we shift their path, I'm quite curious about the sword wielder's fighting style. It uses 2 blades just like me." Abby shrugs. "I'll help move them, but I'm not interested in fighting. The three leave the base and fly through the barren lands that the commanders already cleared out. The corpses of many looted demonic beasts still litter the ground, and weaker third-class beasts feast on them. But the generals do not stop to eliminate any more of these threats. A bright hologram of the globe shows which areas have been fully searched and rough coordinates of where the kings are, updating whenever one sends a big enough shockwave to be visible from the moon base. Live trackers on their surveillance devices show their moving position on the demonic world as well. Now that they are off the moon base and do not have weaker humans nearby, the three generals pull a full 4% of stats each and let down the barriers they've been summoning, allowing their entire auras to leak out. As they fly through a rocky mountain region, about 10 kilometers above the ground, two massive orbs of yellow light expand off of Ari and Raven. The two of them fly up front while Abby trails behind, forming a backward triangle formation as they head toward the kings. The moment these two enormous orbs of divine energy expand and tether to the absurd levels of raw stats being infused into their systems, the mountains below their feet begin to crumble, fracture, and even compress instantly into flat sediment from the immense pressure above. Raven's aura is bright white and yellow, pushing the demonic energy in the air away from it, while Ares melds with the environment a bit more evenly. While his distorts the atmosphere, it doesn't necessarily push it away. It just takes control of the active demonic energy and chi floating through space. Abby, on the other hand, has a bright yellow aura tinted with sparkling green light that erupts from her true core once she allows her mana control to burst out. However, it phases through the atmosphere and ground beneath her with ease, not affecting it at all. It's as if her entire aura and presence are an illusion. This release of powerful auras sends shockwaves through the demonic energy covering the surface of the globe. Even though they're tens of thousands of kilometers away, this massive display of power sends cues into the king's psyches, alerting them that new danger is on the world. Over the millennia, armies have come to this world and tried to do exactly what these generals are attempting now. What seemed to be a random battle path at first is actually an instinct to protect their world's greatest treasure, programmed into them so long ago that they do not know who did so or what they are even protecting. All the degraded minds of these two kings know is that if something strong exists on this world, it must be eliminated. That includes each other. Allowing someone else to come close to the throne would be a fate worse than death. While most parties that have come to this world have true cores of their own, and others have even hit full saturation, it usually takes months, if not years, to even make it past a single first-class demonic beast on the outer edges of this world. The genes, combat prowess, and even raw stats of these monsters have been mutated to such an immense degree that it is unlike anything Alvaron or any of its past trade allies have ever seen. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on Royal Road. Then again, none of them have ever gotten their hands on a noble-grade world before, nor do they have a reference for what one would even look like if they did. A first-class world is considered the peak of the lower realm to those that aren't demons. Those that know of the location of noble-grade worlds are instantly killed off or enslaved by one of the 5 great families, and their worlds are all seized. So, what seems to be a mutated testing ground for a demon army in the past is only half true. Most of the species on this planet are not native and have been artificially strengthened and tested on by demons of the past. This is the remnant of a long-forgotten noble-grade world that has degraded over time to show the average energy readings of a first-class world, but its strongest warriors have remained to carry out the orders of their demonic lord. Despite this being the peak of a world class in the lower realm, a small group of humans killed off 2/3 of its population in just a few months. Now, 3 more humans float above the destruction, en route to conquer a world that has been forgotten in time by ancient higher life forms. As the group floats closer, they increase their energy output and split ways. Raven curves off to the west, activating her greater form to send out a shockwave of energy multiple times greater than her resting aura. Ari flies off to the east and activates his second ranked-up buff, pulling back 3 light purple arrows and sending them flying up into the air toward the kings. They curve down to collide with the ground about 5,000 kilometers in front of him, still over 30,000 kilometers from the kings, but create a big enough explosion and ripple in the atmosphere to begin the next phase of their plans. Abby continues to fly forward and just holds both of her hands out in front of her to create a massive, growing pillar of summoned stone. It glows hot with yellow threads in its core, but its outer layer is covered in her sparkling green soul energy. Then, she thrusts it downward to sink deep into the ruins of an old battlefield where Fisher and Lydia fought. The pillar of earth sinks below the rubble but does not change the surface of the ground at all. It's as though a hologram is disappearing below the surface. Her eyes track its movement as she slows down, but she lets the pillar of stone she's created continue moving toward the kings like a submarine floating through solid stone. A total of 10 more shockwaves come from the west and east, and Abby comes to a complete halt as Raven and Ari continue causing havoc at a safe distance to try and get the king's attention. After a few more seconds pass, she nods once, receiving confirmation, and flicks 2 fingers upward, controlling the pillar of stone that has moved through the ground. In the middle of the battlefield, a floating green cylinder of rock erupts from the planet's surface between both kings, less than 2,000 kilometers away from each other. One of them, standing at over 500 meters tall in its full demonic berserker king form, sees the threat and crosses its blades, bracing for impact while letting out a massive pulse of aura to figure out where this threat came from. An ear-piercing screech comes from its mouth, traveling with the cold aura being released into this world. The second king has glowing purple eyes. It shifts its bow toward the threat and lets a glowing yellow arrow fly from its grasp mere milliseconds after the pillar emerges. This king has a greater form as well, standing at a similar height of half a kilometer tall. But deep within the purple demonic energy form, there is no flesh that holds it together like the berserker. This being died long ago, and the only logical explanation is that its will to serve the Lord of this world keeps it alive through some kind of necromancy curse. Its race should be long extinct as well, as their time has come and passed as rulers of the system before the wyverns. Though, as its yellow arrow illuminates its appearance, the only physical features that can be seen are the black bones of a humanoid figure underneath. It looks like a skeleton very similar to the appearance of the fallen Lich King, but the only light glowing in its divine true core is bright yellow. The arrow it shoots off with perfect accuracy hits the center of Abby's stone pillar, but this is exactly what she wanted. She serves her connection with the summoned pillar immediately to negate her soul energy's effects. The green sparkling layer around it dissipates, and the stone shifts back to its physical form. Then, a burst of divine energy erupts between the kings. A combination of the energy Abby stores within it and the power within the king's arrow creates a massive explosion. It starts as nothing more than a small yellow burst of light, but quickly expands into a massive yellow ball that eats up the atmosphere. It can even be seen from the moon base, appearing on the planet as a yellow semicircle growing on its surface. The aura bubble bursts once it reaches roughly 1,000 kilometers in width, and a large amount of energy shoots upward. However, an equal amount expands outward and downward, reaching both of the kings, while most of it creates a crater beneath their feet, spanning thousands of kilometers while pushing them both back. The berserker, who had nothing to do with this release, takes the wave of aura head-on, blocking it with its crossed blades and mentally latching onto the 3 generals that ruined its concentration. The only thing that matters is protecting the throne, and it just had to turn away from the highest priority target, the other king. This pisses it off past its breaking point, and once the worst of the blast passes it by, the king swings its swords to create red, black, and purple crescents of energy sent flying toward the distractions. Though, after the second swing, one of the targets completely disappears from its senses. The archer, on the other hand, is only concerned with the source of this stone and turns to pinpoint Abby's exact location the instant its arrow collides with the distraction. It turns its body and sends off another yellow arrow even before the shockwave of the first blast hits it. Telepathy messages are sent in rapid succession through the general's links, and even yellow blurs of light start streaking through the demonic clouds that cover this world. Just as expected. Instant retaliation. Abby whispers while watching the arrow from the massive lich rocket her way. Her eyes glow bright green, and a pulse of hot, sparkling aura envelopes her body, making her grow in size about 5 times over, while simultaneously making her being seem opaque. The demonic clouds part for hundreds of kilometers on both sides as the arrow tears through the world. A cold vibration surrounds it, one that for millennia has made every demonic beast that has ever stepped near it bow down to its king. However, Abby crosses her arms and doesn't move from her position, floating in the air. The bright yellow arrow flies right through her, as if she isn't even there. Simultaneously, Raven activates her divine stealth skill to disappear from the world's senses, further cloaked by the thick demonic energy swirling through the air. While the demonic Berserker King sword strike was in direct route for her exact location just moments ago, it is impossible to direct the attack any further, as the target is gone. Ari senses a massive energy wave coming his way as well, and in response, activates his third ranked-up buff, multiplying the demonic spirit arms that reach out from his back. For every new arm he creates, the demonic energy in the atmosphere begins to swirl around him faster, and the purple glow in his eyes becomes as bright as the very beasts that roam this world. Some of the arms grow over 100 meters long, others tens of meters, while some stay close to his back. It's as if a chain reaction of demonic flowering arms are blooming behind him, and hundreds of purple arrows with bright yellow cores are pulled back in summoned bows. The shockwave from the explosion Abby triggered is what hits him first, but it is significantly weaker as he is over 20 times further away from the blast point than the kings were. So, this is just a signal for him to release his attack in turn. A flurry of arrows rockets out from his battle form, heading straight for the crescent strike thrown at him by the Berserker. Chapter 758. A series of explosions of white, purple, and yellow light erupts like popcorn, growing larger as each of the purple arrows Ari shot off curves toward their target and rains down on the energy crescent moving his way. However, Ares' eyes glow brighter, and the number of arms growing from his back multiplies even faster upon impact. This is because he watches these high-powered strikes losing their strength the closer they get to the incoming attack. It's impossible to physically see, but a cold vibration ripples off the outer edges of the Berserker's energy attack, giving off the presence of an ancient and ruthless aura. It's as if the confidence of a king who has never lost a battle is being personified into existence. Ares' light purple arrows, with enough divine energy in their cores to kill a first-class true core in a single hit, collide with this crescent of energy by the hundreds. The attacks don't physically slow down, but the closer they get to this crescent of energy, the weaker they seem and the less momentum they carry in relation to the target they're attempting to hit. The eruptions of explosions are, in fact, the arrows making contact, and small holes are carved into the crescents of energy traveling his way. It still retains over 80% of its energy mass and hasn't slowed down a notable amount at all. In just a matter of seconds, the tens of thousands of kilometers between them are cut in half. Ari releases another flurry of arrows as the crescent emerges from the energy blast and grows hundreds more arms again, preparing for what he must do next. Two more chain reactions of explosions collide with the crescent coming his way, and he feels the same cold aura disable the effectiveness of his arrows each time they make contact. Though its mass falls below half of what it was before, Ari is receiving feedback that his attacks are working. From a distance, it's far harder to understand, but once the gap is closed even further, less than 1,000 kilometers away, it now affects the visuals of the world around this human archer, sending vibrating shivers down his spine as he feels the remnants of an old deteriorating noble bloodline trying to suppress his will. The archer grits his teeth and now completely understands how and why the commanders left this planet the second the aura hit them. It's like nothing he's ever felt before. From dungeons filled with monsters double his level, to demonic beasts within the abyss with overwhelming strength and foreign powers, even the use of intimidation skills or domination buffs. Nothing has ever given off readings like this before. Ari knows what it means to mutate the system, as it's happened to him twice in his life in very drastic ways. The first was that his unique skill was created by cultivating chi before he ever even awakened the system, making his arrows stronger and not exactly fully mana-based. The second was when he decided to make a change to his destiny. Instead of following the normal path of this mana-based world, where everyone trains the same way, the Abyss called to him, not just to find out what happened to his old village in the Dark Continent, but on a deeper level, to take advantage of another unique scenario and wield this dark power unlike anyone else in the human world. Now, he feels another system mutation, one that threatens to suppress his own. While his instincts scream at him to be in fear, something clicks in his mind, a trigger of understanding in the moment, that this is merely the same thing, just within an older life form with far more time being mutated within the system. A with acute and Omicron B. The stronger will wins. This is not an objective God that can suppress everything it touches. That is, as long as he can prove to its wielder that he is stronger. After wearing down the attack, another 700 arrows are sent flying its way as a final barrage. Ari can feel the air getting colder and his system processing speed harder to navigate. But the calm smile doesn't leave his face once the eruption of arrows on a battered crescent of light breaks it into pieces. It destabilizes the entire attack and sends a final shockwave through the atmosphere, confirming that this third-class human just deflected a direct attack from a noble demonic berserker king. Another explosion about 10,000 kilometers away shakes the atmosphere as well, forming a black and red orb of destruction that obliterates an entire region as the attack meant to hit Raven curves down to strike the planet's crust. This tale has been pilfered from Royal Road. If found on Amazon, kindly file a report. She disappeared from the monster's senses, and so the logical thing to do was to blow the entire region to bits in order to take out a target that evaded its eyes. Raven has slipped away into her divine stealth mode, where nothing at all can see or even touch her. However, the shockwaves coming off of the blast are so cold and sharp that even perceiving them brings them into reality. A cold pressure washes into Raven's mind as she flies through her hidden stealth dimension. She can tell that if she made herself visible right now, the pressure would be unbearable, yet she can't pinpoint exactly what it is or the source of its power. She does know that she's glad she didn't try to clash with that crescent of energy head-on and chose to dodge like her instincts told her to. Once far enough away, and the cold mental pressure feels as though it's almost entirely lifted, she resurfaces into reality again. However, the remnants of the shockwave still vibrate through the air, and the pressure feels far more intense than she thought it'd be. While not a direct hit by any means, Raven feels her grasp on all of her skills and abilities temporarily weaken. She shivers not only from the cold, but from the feeling of a monster's will that has never tasted defeat, nor even comprehends the concept of itself dying. Instead of being intimidated and letting this vibration suppress her further, Raven thinks back to why she's here in the first place. The memories of a magnificent battle over the desert in the dark continent that relit her flame for battle warms her body and mind, pushing out the last remnants of the cold aura suppressing her. While her next urges lead her to want to retaliate and feel this pressure again, she stays focused on the plan as Abby's words echo in her ears using telepathy. Let's move on to the next stage. We got their attention. Now we'll bring them south. Another massive explosion occurs after this transmission as a yellow arrow hits the ground behind the healer, and its dome of disruption lights up the sky behind her. She activates the same ability she used to let the attack phase right through her like she was an illusion, and the noble vibrations that erupt from this shockwave ripple through her with ease. She doesn't even change her facial expression. The green-haired woman crosses her arms and stares forward at the kings, waiting for the other general's reply. Ari replies through the link first. Yeah, let's do it. Raven gives confirmation too, and Abby summons another pillar of stone compressed with her true core's yellow threads. The moment it phases down into the planet's surface, the formation of generals shifts and begins to strategically retreat. Another explosion is triggered between the kings, and retaliation comes back in the same fashion as before. Though the generals are a bit further away this time, they now have a reference for the demonic beast's attack power and speed. Ari is able to pinpoint the Berserker's crescent and force it to explode before it even comes half the distance his way. Raven sends a few long-range crescents of pure divine energy and mana toward the one coming her way too, though it only makes 2 small dents in the attack. Her aura is far more suppressed by the noble vibrations than Ares, as his contains far more refined chi. Though it does give her a gauge of the monster's strength before disappearing into her stealth dimension, this time flying a safe distance away before the shockwave of the attack hitting the ground strikes her like before. She begins to test how long she can wait before disappearing, and how much of the aura she can bear at a time once reappearing. Plus, actively fights the aura to see how much of this strange attack is mental and what is truly a physical attack. Abby floats with a straight face, allowing another one of the demonic lich's arrows to phase right through her, then sends another message to the generals. Again, while her green eyes focus straight forward at the kings, Abby's mind is occupied by the recording of the wyvern corpse that Monk brought back from their prospecting trip. After feeling the aura of the kings, she understands why their systems were suppressed by its bones, and wants to see this tomb for herself. Though, for now, she continues following out the agreed-upon procedure. This process repeats a few times. Though, the reactions of the kings aren't what was expected at all. After every attempt to distract them, to trigger a retaliation, they do exactly the same thing, as if they've lost their memory of the last attacks they just threw and hope to overpower the enemies disturbing their brawl. When the generals move their formation further south in order to draw them away from the throne, it continuously seems as though they've taken the bait. The Berserker King is the most mobile and appears to be a lot faster. Every time it attacks, it charges thousands of kilometers forward, but once its attacks are deflected and it senses the generals backing up even more, for some reason, it backs up too and adjusts its path to position itself closer to the throne. Even the archer moves forward to get a closer shot at Abby after she detonates another distraction, obliterating an entire region of this world. However, it often continues to move back north in response to the Berserker retreating. This other king is a far larger threat to the throne than these pesky intruders. While following the generals away to kill them would be beneficial, a raw instinct pulls it back to the throne no matter how illogical it may seem. Instead of moving south, another half a dozen exchanges pass, and the 5 true chord monsters on this world completely circle the globe. It creates a massive circular ravine, over 2,000 kilometers wide, separating the unprospected land around the throne from the barren world littered with demonic corpses. Bree and Alvaron watch with wide eyes as it seems these mindless kings aren't going to be so easily manipulated after all. They've strategically held the line and won't let anyone pass. Alvaron's voice echoes through the link. This is far more data than I've ever managed to receive on the kings. They have never fought like this before. Fascinating. Bree stares at the live visuals and holographic imagery of the globe. They know exactly what we're doing. They're toying with us. Ari replies through the link next. The only way to that throne is going to be over their dead bodies. Raven speaks next. He's right. Even if we keep them occupied on one side of the throne while another party tries to raid it, their range can still reach them. It's too dangerous for the commanders to be on this world right now. I say we move on to Plan B. Kill the kings. Chapter 759. Abby speaks next. Kill the kings? Have at it. I'll be watching from a distance. Bree's voice echoes through their link right after. Hey wait, I watched those energy readings when you were only provoking them. It would be most logical to corner one against the 3 of you. We could even wait for Maria to reply. Aries' response comes back next. No, I like Abby's plan. More variables will only get in our way. There is a silence that is only broken seconds later by Raven. Agreed. Logic won't be the sole factor in this. It has to be a battle of wills. Ari smirks as he hears these words, knowing that Raven has figured out exactly what he has, though only silence remains. During this pause, the kings have become uninterested in the generals as they've flown out of their range, so they continue back to their own battle. Alvaron speaks after their clash shakes the local regions. Humans are very interesting. I've seen a few of your planets over the years. It's always the strongest ones that have the most backward ways of thinking. With such short lifespans, your ability to take risks differs greatly from mine. The entire planet Alvaron floats on lights up with yellow light, but the only feedback the generals get is the sound of simulated light laughter coming from the Silver Knight. While Alvaron doesn't actually laugh, it has studied humans more than enough to know this is what it should be showing after a statement like that. Bree replies, yes, we must take advantage of the gifts in front of us, but still, you 3, crush your crystals if it becomes too dangerous. We have plenty of time, and have already gathered far more resources than expected from this world. The 3 generals acknowledge her worries, but do not change their goal. Abby nods. then summons another pillar filled with condensed yellow divine threads and sends it moving through the ground toward the kings. She then sends a message to the other generals. Call me for backup if you're hurt. Though, I believe you're capable enough to figure them out. Then, she begins floating backward while watching the two float forward and surround the kings just like they did in their first interaction with them, before they all took a lap around the globe. NB Epsilon S. An eruption of yellow light, triggered by the Lich's arrow attacking the object emerging from the ground, sets off the battle as usual. A second arrow is sent flying far off in the direction of the healer, while two crescents of demonic matter are thrown from the berserker's blades. Instead of sticking around to watch the show, Abby turns to leave the moment her job is complete, turning her back to the battlefield while an arrow phases through her body like nothing. Her sights are set on the desert region near the main base they were initially teleported to. While Abby turns away, the other two generals tighten their movements and go into full battle mode. This is nothing like the safe and calculated plans they had before to lure the kings away from the throne from a distance. Now they're committed to facing them head-on. However, unlike their first few exchanges, the generals have a far greater grasp on the strength of the attacks they're facing. Hundreds of purple arrows with white and yellow cores rain down on the crescent of energy moving Ares' way. Instead of being filled with unease and pondering the unknown while sending off arrows like before, he knows the exact strength of the aura he's facing and how it has affected his attacks in the past. By clumping many arrows together to focus on a single point of the crescent, he can tear through a larger amount of its mass in a single strike. Not only does this lead to a higher chance of destabilizing the attack, but it also weakens the efficacy of the unsensible vibrations being given off in certain directions. These vibrations would usually weaken the raw power and momentum of his arrows in the past when he tried to attack the entire crescent at once. However, if a second grouping of arrows rides behind the first, taking the brunt of the noble vibrations, there is far less resistance once the arrows get close. The explosions of the second wave of arrows are multiple times larger and far less suppressed by the natural vibrations coming off this attack, just from sacrificing a few hundred arrows at the start. Ari doesn't even have to reload a single bow, as the Berserker's energy crescent is torn apart in a single release, exploding into energy in the atmosphere before it even closes half the gap between them. In response, he summons over 700 arrows in a single light show, glowing like stars behind his back, with the backdrop of dark arms looking like the night sky. Though, he turns toward the other king that just sent an arrow flying off toward the healer and lets his attack fly, arcing upward and trailing with hundreds of purple streaks on their way toward the Lich. He yells out, "Hey you! The battle is over here. Your fight is with me now." It is too far away for the king to hear, but it is a declaration more so for himself to get in the zone, preparing to fight a monster more powerful than anything he's ever even imagined. At the same time, Raven comes face to face with a dark purple slash infused with white chi, yellow divine threads, and a red aura from this berserker's greater form. The air around her becomes cold, and her heart rate slows, along with her perception of time. Before, she would have already slipped away into the safety of her stealth dimension, but after extensive testing during the last dozen exchanges, Raven has found a loophole to this pressure. Unauthorized use. This story is on Amazon without permission from the author. Report any sightings. In moments of extreme concentration, and for limited periods of exposure with minimal body parts exposed, these vibrations can be overcome. As the crescent comes closer, her breathing slows, and her eyes stay locked on the target while gripping her blades and stepping forward. Once the pressure around her becomes unbearable, she slips away into her stealth dimension, but still flies straight forward into the path of the attack. Once close enough, she allows her blades to slip out from the space between reality she resides in. Her blood-bonded weapons instantly feel cold, like circulation to a body part is being cut off. Even the rest of her body reacts to this cold, as the pressure seeps into her stealth dimension much faster and with over 10 times the intensity it would if she wasn't creating an opening. However, with this large portion of her real body protected, she can channel her soul energy and threads from her saturated core into the blades. Any distractions or falters in focus in the past while she was testing, no matter how small, always made the intensity of these cold vibrations far more brutal. The only thing that keeps her will intact is the fiery feeling of her battle with the rising emperor. While swinging her blades across her body, as the Berserker King's crescent begins to fill the entirety of her vision, she releases two bright yellow burning crescents of energy herself and pulls her blades back into the stealth dimension the moment her attack is sent flying away. Without watching the crescents collide, she moves upward to get another angle on the incoming projectile and lets her blades out from the safety of their stealth dimension again, sending two more crescents of energy downward. The blades disappear again and appear over and over around the crescent, sending waves of yellow light its way, all on a crash course toward the energy wave, but sent off in such rapid succession that they're all summoned before the first ones even hit. That should be enough. Raven whispers under her breath as she sends off the 10th set of slashes and continues to fly forward over the energy crescent in the direction of the Berserker who sent it. While she is invisible to the outside world, she can still see everything as the massive explosion of yellow and purple energy lights up the sky behind her, and the vibrations of cold aura all disperse and destabilize. While the noble vibrations of these two kings are incredibly powerful and work to suppress the wills of many strong monsters, even those at the peak of first-class worlds in the star sector, there is one thing that these generals have that all of the past challengers don't. That is the raw stats from 4% of 16, 210, 299, 346055 links of loyalty. Flashes of yellow and white light zip across the tens of thousands of kilometers between the generals and the kings, faster than any being has ever moved on this planet before. Their true cores may not have been saturated and matured, soaked by the circulating demonic energy of this world for millennia. Their bloodlines also may not have been artificially enhanced by testing done tens of thousands of years ago by a great family transfusing their noble bloodlines into strong beasts to create loyal soldiers. However, it's clear they have more speed, strength, and mana control than any lower races in the lower realm should be able to naturally attain. These third-class humans are approaching the raw stat level of noble races. This is clear to see as the next exchange plays out. Arrows rain down on the Lich from the sky. Individually, they are quite weak, but together they are far stronger. This demonic Lich carefully watched the exchanges before and turns its attention to the human that threw these attacks its way. A dark black semicircle dome appears in the air, about a kilometer wide above the Lich's head. Hundreds of small explosions begin to show all over the dome's surface, as once most of the arrows come close enough, their power is significantly dulled. Not a single arrow makes its way through the thick umbrella of dark energy. However, this doesn't faze Ahri one bit. He's already let another flurry of arrows off into the air. This attack with over 900, while the arms continue to grow and multiply behind him. In response, the Lich releases a massive arrow of his own, straight toward the pesky bug that sends these tiny threats its way. The cold aura and incredible power that pierces through the atmosphere, parting the demonic clouds for kilometers in every direction just from a compact, 100-meter-long arrow, show just how deadly this attack is. Ahri can sense that it is multiple times more dangerous than the crescents of energy thrown at him from the Berserker. It's no wonder it takes the full force of that other king's two swords to stop or even deflect the arrows. This is where Ahri takes advantage of the massive links of loyalty increasing his speed. Instead of facing the highest level of threat head-on, he sticks to his battle plan and continues moving forward but veers off to the right. In response, almost instantly, another arrow is shot off from the Lich before he's even successfully dodged the first. So, Ahri changes his trajectory slightly upward. Though the same thing happens and another hot yellow arrow is sent his way. Ahri course corrects and grins, sending a flurry of over 1,200 small purple arrows toward the Lich. After this, the first of the Lich's arrows flies by Ahri, suppressing his system slightly but all within the calculated risk. He shifts his flight path again as more yellow arrows come flying in, and even more are shot out from the Lich. The arms from his back continue to grow, and he sends out even more waves of small arrows up into the sky, raining down on the Lich's umbrella-like defenses without breaking through even slightly. It's as if they're so equally spaced out, he's not even trying to do any real damage. And the ground he's making moving toward the Lich is hardly beneficial either. That is because every step closer he gets, the more precise and accurate the Lich's shots become. With less time to dodge and less space between them, he's making this demonic lich's job even easier. At least, that is what it seems like. After the next flurry of 1,800 arrows comes out from his many bows, two distinct things start to happen. The first is that the spread out and randomness of the rainfall on the lich's umbrella ceases. Instead of being so evenly spread out, he uses the same tactics he did on the crescent from the Berserker moments earlier. Groups of arrows are sent down into certain pressure points in the dome that have been tested to be the weakest breaking points after shooting countless arrows all over its surface. After using hundreds of arrows in concentrated areas to break through this dome, the unaffected, less suppressed arrows can easily fall through. In addition to this breakthrough, the nearly 2,400 arms stretching out from Ares' back split into two halves. Instead of looking just like a peacock's display of feathers to intimidate its opponent, now that he has fully activated his third ranked-up buff, he can finally use his true core's ability to its fullest potential. The lich isn't hurt by the arrows that make it through. At most, they are mild pinpricks that collide against its greater energy form and can be healed in an instant. This isn't the main objective of this disturbance. Plus, getting in the lich's direct lane of fire wasn't to put him at a disadvantage either. That is because the lich is now in Ares' direct lane of fire too. The splitting mass of spirit arms behind his back begins to form into what looks like two distinct arms and the summoning of a massive bowstring. As Ahri continues to move forward almost faster than the lich can see, with the speed stats from tens of thousands of worlds powering his footsteps, he dodges half a dozen more arrows before he stops in place, less than 1,000 kilometers away from the lich. Its intimidating aura is mind-bending, beyond anything Ahri has felt before, or even imagined it would feel like to get this close. Every breath he takes feels like he is simultaneously being crushed by the pressure of the sea floor, while frozen out in the abyss of space where no stars shine. The pressure from its arrows or the Berserker's energy attacks is like a drop in an ocean of the power that vibrates off the actual body of this ancient king. Though, this only forces Ahri to dig deeper and face an arrow from the king head-on that is now coming his way. He could dodge in time just like all the others, but the art of surprise is still on his side if he faces this one right now. The piercing purple eyes of the black skeleton that give him a condescending death stare from across a flattened region still see this human as an inferior ant. Ahri creates a spirit arrow that matches the Lich King's arrows in size, roughly 100 meters long. It glows bright white, and dark purple energy from the atmosphere swirls around him, sucked into his body and cycled into the shot he's charging up. The arrow from the lich has already left its bow and closed the gap by half, less than 500 kilometers away, and the intensity of the presence of a king exerting its dominance spreads through the human archer's bones. Yet, he doesn't look away and continues pushing yellow divine threads from his newly saturated core into the white and purple arrow until it's filled with his resolve. The archer thinks of the rising emperor granting him the power to create this attack, and the visual of Luna's face flashes in his mind, reminding him why he chose this path and even left on his journey to become stronger in the first place. His massive dark hands release their grip, and he lets the true core enhanced, demonic spirit arrow fly. Chapter 760. A massive purple trail of light is left behind the spirit arrow as it rockets toward the lich's bright yellow attack. Ares' breathing and heartbeat synchronize, as time feels as though it's slowing down. Though this is not a phenomenon of the noble vibrations suppressing his mind, it is quite the opposite. As his body is in the tailwind of the enormous attack he just threw, all of the suppressing cold aura is being pushed aside and torn through by the arrow he just sent out with the full-powered might of his third ranked-up buff, demonic soul energy, and true core ability, to make the yellow core of an arrow almost identical to the lich's, which has sent one flying back his way. In this brief moment, where no suppression is limiting his mental capacity, even more variables become noticeable to him, and the human archer's eyes glow bright as he prepares for what is about to happen. A horrific twang of energies vibrates through the entire space between the two archers. At first glance, it appears both arrows have collided at their tips and stopped in the air entirely, as if someone pressed pause on their battle. Though, upon closer inspection, something quite strange is happening. Invisible ripples of energy tear away the outer layers of the purple arrow, deactivating and stripping away the demonic energy collected and compressed from the atmosphere, along with the pure mana imbued into this attack as well. The concentrated essence, absorbed from many beasts back in the human world's abyss and from the large amounts of chi Ahri has condensed into his body, however, does not get stripped away in such a violent manner. Even though its outer layers have been suppressed and weakened, the core of the attack deep within still hits the Lich's arrow head-on and threatens it with an equal amount of divine energy density, along with the pure strength and speed rivaling its noble stature. Neither arrow can break through the other, and as a result, they both begin to splinter and release energy from within. After the first crack, more and more form until it turns into a chain reaction, and the entire sky is lit up with a blinding yellow light. For a moment, there was silence and uncertainty. Now there is only destruction. An enormous explosion, large enough to split the human world into pieces, erupts from the two attacks' destabilization. From the moon base above, Bree and Alvaron see a massive dome of yellow debris completely cover a region and even send parts of the planet flying outward into orbit. Down on the planet, the Lich is blown backward by the unexpected shockwave. It believed it was going to hit this weak creature head-on and be done with the annoyance, but somehow this isn't the case. Ahri, on the other hand, knew that even his full-powered attack wasn't going to be enough and shot another arrow off before bracing for impact. While this second shot was triggered in a hurry at roughly half the potency, it is the maximum he could muster in the fractions of a second before the shockwave of his own attack sent him flying backward into the air. On the other side of the expanding dome, twice the size of the eruption's abyss pillars of stone created, a dark spot in the yellow wave of light appears right in front of the Lich's vision. Not only was it thrown off by being overpowered by an ant, but now it has been outsmarted, and a purple arrow rockets toward its chest with no time or ability to dodge. Even now, its eyes stare forward without a hint of its resolve wavering. The arrow's outer layers are stripped away, losing their luster, and even the core of the attack itself loses some speed as the noble aura around this creature is enough to make attacks slow like natural armor. Though it doesn't work entirely. A yellow arrow hits the Lich's sternum, and a second burst of yellow light follows, sending the skeleton flying backward while bones break and its divine core is punctured right through, shattering into pieces. However, a large amount of Ares' concentrated essence is in this arrow, and at its very core, it is linked to his true core. The human archer doesn't celebrate just yet. As with this shot, he can feel the Lich's very being and understand its intricacies far better than before. Contact with its core allows him to see the outline of its greater form and true body, the black bones of a humanoid-looking creature. He can even see what this body used to look like long ago when it was still alive. While humanoid, he feels many differences. It has far stronger arms and legs, along with highly sophisticated eyesight and longer ears that can perceive things a normal human should not. Along with this outline of the being, Ahri can feel the separation between its true self and these foreign noble vibrations that have been infused into its mind and body. While he cannot directly see the vibrations of nobility, they appear as an outline interwoven into the fabric of this dark Lich's existence. Like a poison soaked into its body for so long, it is impossible to turn back, but dead echoes remain of what it used to be before. It's clear that this cold power it is using is borrowed strength, and not originally its own. An even more alarming fact is the feeling that it has degraded over time. The weakened state these noble vibrations are in now are not at the heights they once were. Half of its ribcage shatters off and even a portion of its left shoulder cracks, making one arm swing limp. Though once Ares' arrow completely destabilizes and explodes, his close-up vision of the Lich is gone, and the last thing he sees is a strange black sphere inside its divine core. From the final glimpses of what he sees, extremely potent concentrated essence and yellow divine threads pour out, as if its true life force is trapped deep within. The fractures in its true core begin to float back toward the orb and heal around it to reform the bright yellow sphere. If you find this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the infringement. Ares' eyes widen at this imagery, and he pieces together the information in front of him. A being that should be dead long ago, yet has been kept alive for millennia, even surviving its divine core shattering into pieces. Whatever this dark orb within its divine core is, it must be its power source, or at least a vital weakness. Though, Ari whispers to himself, I need more power, as he scans the battlefield to come up with his next move. His gaze locks onto dozens of first-class demonic beasts still roaming about in this third of the world that the commanders weren't able to exterminate, and he senses large amounts of refined chi in their bodies. That'll do, he states while flying past the massive crater he just created in their last exchange. As the debris falls and the yellow light dissolves into the atmosphere, even the lich's bones begin to heal, and it regains mobility in its arm. The glowing purple eyes of this demonic creation lock onto Ari again as he attempts to fly away. This time, it looks quite pissed, when its gaze watches Ari streak across the sky in the direction of the throne. An additional fury of instinctual rage takes charge of its mind. Ari feels that ripple of cold darkness even 5,000 kilometers away. The lich's eyes grow darker, and the shadow of false noble vibrations takes even more control, as if it is merely a puppet and there is no free will left behind the dead eyes of this lich. Its broken arm raises, shattering more of its shoulder's unhealed bones, and draws another arrow into its massive black bow. Ari turns to face it, gritting his teeth and prepping to send a defensive arrow back. However, the instant the lich releases its attack, it disappears. A small black portal opens up right in front of the lich, and the arrow shoots through. Ari's bones grow even colder, as milliseconds later, a black portal opens up behind the human archer, less than 10 kilometers away, and the lich's yellow arrow rockets out with its full momentum. He turns, recognizing this perk from the mana-based dark summoning combat magic, but with no time to dodge or ponder long either. Ari spreads out his two massive demonic spirit palms and takes the attack head-on. Another enormous explosion lights up the atmosphere with divine yellow light, as Ari's spirit arms are blown to bits and he's sent plummeting down toward the planet's ground. Below him, a grouping of massive first-class orcs, cyclopes, lizardmen, and berserkers mindlessly roam the dark barren landscape. This is where Ari was planning to fly to. He just didn't anticipate such a direct crash course. Over 2/3 of his third arms were obliterated in the blast, but he still has hundreds closer to his back, still able to fire off shots. Ari lands on the dark rocky ground with an echoing crack, followed by razing purple arrows, instantly killing 14 first-class demonic beasts and over 100 of their second- and third-class underlings. The arms on his back begin to slowly grow back after being destroyed by the lich's arrow. But to fully reactivate this buff, it's going to take him a few seconds to gather the strength. Out of the corner of his eye, just as he touches down on the ground, another black dark magic portal forms right beside him, and the entire atmosphere turns cold and domineering again. All of the beasts that manage to survive Ari's rain of arrows freeze in place and bow down, even in the presence of a mere arrow from the king. Ari, on the other hand, has to make another decision, whether to sacrifice his remaining spirit arms or retreat. Meanwhile, as world-shaking explosions light up the dark skies of Kelfur, Raven has her own king to deal with. After successfully using her divine stealth dimension to protect portions of her body from the cold pressure of the king's aura and combat its attacks, she flies straight toward the demonic berserker, periodically slipping out into the real world to give away her position and send attacks in the direction of the Mad King. It screeches and turns its burning red and purple eyes in the direction of the sword-wielding woman like killing her is the only thing in the world that matters. Every time Raven appears, 2 massive demonic slashes are sent her way with pinpoint accuracy. If this human has one lapse in concentration or does not properly slip into her stealth mode in time, this ravenous war machine will take full advantage of it. Dozens of crescents are sent her way, and each time, Raven tests the limits of her abilities, figuring out what is possible to endure and pull off. The Berserker King only becomes faster, more filled with rage, and with crimson red aura overrunning the demonic energy the longer she leads it on. However, doing so is certainly worth it. Once she's tested the limits, Raven leaves huge explosions from 2 more destabilized demonic crescents behind her and goes in for the attack. This is the first time she's moving inside a 500-kilometer range of the massive creature's greater form. The Berserker King's beady eyes and sharp teeth look around the sky where Raven has been baiting it for over a dozen attacks at quite a safe distance away. Instead of following her usual routine of reappearing every second or so, she stays in total stealth mode and dives deep into the cold aura that surrounds this king. Every kilometer closer she speeds through the air gets tougher and tougher. Even though she is tucked away in a pocket of stealth-infused space, there are factors at play that challenge the dominance of systems that clash. She feels reality crushing down on her from every square centimeter of her being, and the cold begins to make her limbs tingle and her mind feel as though it's being cornered. Yet, she expects this, and with every step forward through the air, expects things to get a lot worse. Raven grins as her heart beats with the rhythm of a true life-or-death battle. While the cold pressure gets worse and worse as she draws closer, she only feels more alive. The next second is like a blur in her mind, only operating on instinct. Once inside the 10-kilometer range of the beast, to her brain, even behind the veil of stealth, everything feels like it's moving in slow motion. But her eyes are locked on the enemy, and energy from her saturated true core is being infused into her blades with everything she has. The last few kilometers feel like hours have gone by in Raven's mind, yet her thought processes are becoming full of cold fog. It gets harder and harder to think clearly or summon more energy from her core. If Raven were to lose focus for an instant, she would be lost in the darkness and overwhelmed by the cold, dull silence. It may feel like an eternity, but outside, only a few milliseconds have passed. She times everything perfectly, letting her fully charged blades out from her stealth dimension and plunging them both deep into the Berserker's chest, ripping open two long and wide gashes as she continues to fly by and past the monster. In the red, black, and purple greater form of the demonic beast, two massive yellow lines appear on its front side, and the beast is sent flying backward, even more filled with rage and desire to eliminate the threat, to not let it near the throne, even if it costs it its own life. At the same time, Raven's blades, hands, and forearms feel as though they're frozen solid, like hypothermia has completely taken over and killed off these portions of her body. That is, however, until she's far enough away from the king. Once at a range far enough away from the presence of its overwhelming power, feeling in her blades and hands returns to her as if it never happened in the first place. It's like an illusion has lifted, and this curse of cold has been removed. She tested this theory many times with the crescents of energy coming her way before this attempt, but none of them ever froze her parts solid like this. In the moment of contact, even her body that was still hidden behind a veil of stealth couldn't even move anymore. She was reliant on momentum to keep her moving out of range. Though, as warmth and fast mental processing speeds return to her, the rush of battle fills her mind completely as she stops and turns to the demonic beast, preparing to go in for another attack. As both Ari and Raven manage to injure the kings of this world, beings that have been unmatched by any lower life forms for tens of thousands of years, Abby touches down in a calm desert region on the far side of the planet. The ground vibrates lightly as massive explosions tear up the planet's surface far away, and bright flashes of yellow light can be seen on the horizon. However, Abby's full concentration is captured by the magnificent vibrating black wyvern skeleton before her.